Same. Justin can take over.
One moment, sorry. Breathe. Back that way, on that wall, by the positives.
Yeah. Oh. You want to use my mic? Yeah. Why don't you just do that? Well. He probably just turned you off. I promise we did an hour's worth of testing. I'm hot. I'm hot. Don't be offended.
Can you hear me now? Great. We are going to call the meeting to order. If you haven't found a seat yet, please find a seat. We do have extra seating outside the room. Can I get a confirmation that the people outside the room can hear me? We're supposed to get a
You
confirmation
can get
on
that
that.
in about a minute.
Yeah, there is a bit of delay, but I'll just wait for the confirmation before I say anything else.
Keep talking.
So we are live streaming this, and there is a bit of a delay between what's happening in this room and the live stream. Okay. Okay, great. So before we get started, I just wanted to give everyone a brief overview of how the meeting is going to proceed. This is a special meeting. We are doing things a little bit differently tonight. We are going to start with a presentation by the CEO, and that'll be followed by board discussion and Q&A. Once that is over, we will take a break so that people who are here to provide comment can fill out their comment cards, and you will turn those in at the circulation desk. Once that's done, we will reconvene and start public comment. I'll give some more information about the public comment process itself once we get to that part of the agenda. Once public comment is done, we will have further discussion and then move on to the action item for tonight's meeting. We're going to start the meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance.
United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, up next is roll call.
Renee Tillman.
Here.
Richard Gardner.
Here.
Nevada Smith.
Here.
Josiah Schmidt.
Here.
TJ Reams.
Here.
Stacy Alvarez.
Here.
Buddy Harden.
Here.
Matthew Seeds.
Here.
Justin Collier.
Here.
We do have a quorum.
Great. Up next is Jason. Your presentation, please.
up there. All right, thank you everyone and board. So I have a couple of introductory remarks before I get started. I want to acknowledge that what we'll be talking about here today is a difficult topic, and my goal is to present the information as sort of clearly and rationally as possible. And I just want to make sure everyone understands that that is not to say that I don't feel the emotion of it. I think we all feel the emotion of it, but sort of my role here is to convey the information. But please understand we all are aware of the people involved and the difficulty of these topics. So I do want to also point out, thank you for being here on a Friday evening. I know it's a weird time to have a meeting, but it was important that everyone be here in person. So with schedules and such, this was the only opportunity to make that happen. So I want to start by clarifying what we'll be talking about tonight is not purely financial. I think there may be a misconception that this is sort of an emergency meeting to address a financial need. Certainly a lot of what we'll be talking about is financial. Everything we do, there are financial implications, and a lot of what is sort of driving what we'll be talking about absolutely is financial. But it's not necessarily a revenue problem. If we had an influx of revenue, we would still be making the same recommendations, because this is really about how the library operates based upon the changing ways that our public are using the library and the changing way people are consuming information. So it's really about mapping out the future of the library and what is the most responsible use of those resources as stewards of tax dollars. I also want to make clear that this is not something that has been taken lightly or quickly. We've really been talking about these things for years at this point. If you go back and look through budgets of the last several fiscal years, my introductory comments is always major changes need to come for the library to continue in a sustainable path. So we have been trying any number of things, considering a number of things. As you know, we've changed hours, we've closed on Sundays for a period of time. We really have, we've exhausting all possibilities, thinking as creatively as possible. So what I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to be spending some time talking about where we are now and laying out the situation for everyone, and then where we want to be in the future, and then how we can get there. So to expand just a little bit on the notion of this is not something that is just sort of popping up out of nowhere. And I'm going to move this back so I can roam around. This is really the culmination of years of planning. So back in 2019, we produced a strategic plan that really had, it included items about taking a hard look at our facilities, taking a hard look at how they're used, and what they looked like. That prompted a facilities master plan that was approved by the board later in 2019, and that had a lot of the same themes. And then we recently completed another strategic plan, Destination 2027, that covers the years 2023 to 2027. This is a quote from, and I'm going to be kind of interspersing pieces of all of these plans throughout. This is a quote from the our most recent strategic plan. And I think it is definitely, it's very appropriate. We are at a pivotal juncture, both looking at our internal operations, we're at a pivotal juncture, and sort of library and information consumption as a whole. This is a dynamic moment, and this is a moment of change in society, and it's one that we have to take a hard look at. So what that means is we need to, and this was a consistent theme throughout all the plans, we need to look forward, not backwards. And this library this is our 50-year anniversary, and been an amazing 50 years. based upon needs then, but we need to look forward to the next 50 years. And a piece of that is really looking at all of the services that we offer, not as siloed services, but as one collective whole. When I say library, most people, they think of a building. But libraries aren't about a building, right? Library is a service. It's not a destination. And you take advantage of that service from home. You can take advantage of that service from your school when the bookmobile visits. So what really needs to happen, and the consistent theme through all of the planning, is move toward being a cohesive library that combines your physical facilities with your digital services, with your outreach, with your mobile services, and be one library instead of siloed services. So what that looks like, though, a forward-looking library, we want to make sure we have access. So we want to be able to increase access to our facilities, to our services, for everyone in the county. We want to be able to invest in our staff through competitive compensation. And I'll talk about this in detail in a bit. We need to invest in our facilities that have the capacity to deliver the services that our citizens have told us they wanted. And we need to be able to augment those sort of larger scale facilities with smaller niche locations for specific purposes. And then we have to be cognizant of the fact that we are in a low tax environment. This is a low tax county. There is no appetite for a tax increase. We have asked folks that. It has been part of every planning process, in part of surveys. Would you support a tax increase? Invariably, no. The answer is no. So we understand our revenue will not go up. It cannot go up, at least in the near term. But we want to be able to work within that environment and have a sustainable future so we can be here for the next 50 years. So I will kind of look at little pieces of each one of those and kind of explain where we are. And when I talk about the financial piece, I kind of want to back up a little bit for everyone, because I think there's differing levels of sort of understanding of public finance. So the first thing I want to talk about is the Hancock Amendment. One of the things that we have seen, had some questions recently, that our voter-approved tax rate is 26 cents per $100 of assessed valuation. We are much lower than that. So folks are like, well, why? Why are you not taking the ceiling rate that you can? The voter-approved rate is one facet of the tax levy, right? So that's the part that was approved by voters when it was approved, and at that point, that was our tax rate. The Hancock Amendment was an amendment to the Missouri Constitution that was passed in 1980 that addresses excessive taxation. And the Hancock Amendment says, I'm going to turn around and have to read it a little bit because it's kind of complicated, but it limits increases in revenues that can be collected from existing property from year to year, and those are limited to 5% or the rate of inflation, whichever is lower. So up until recent years, that was always the rate of inflation, but more recently it's been the 5%. So what that means is if your property value goes up to an extent that what we as an as a public entity would collect, the dollars themselves exceed the lesser of the rate of inflation, or 5%, we are obligated by law to roll our tax rate back. So that is why every year our tax rate actually or every few years at least, gets rolled back and back and back. So no, we cannot levy at our voter-approved rate. New property, new property does add to it, but that doesn't necessarily increase. More people move in and they're taxed at the same rate. So as population goes up, it does not increase our revenue per capita, it stays the same. So talking about types of expenditures. One type is capital expenditure. So these are the expenditures, are one-time expenditures for things like building renovations, new HVAC, which we're getting in this room soon, I swear. Vehicle purchases and things like that. These are one-time big purchases. The other side our general operating fund. So these are the things that fund day-to-day operations of the library. So you see the categories here: salaries and benefits, the materials, subscriptions, supplies, marketing, utilities. So these are the things that fund the day-to-day. They're not one-time big purchases. They're the things that we pay on a recurring basis to keep the library operating. And the key here is that these cannot exceed revenue in a given year, right? And if you think about that, well, I'll get to say this another way and to compare it to your own personal paycheck, right? We have our revenue payments, just like you might have your paycheck. From your paycheck, you fund your general operating expenses, your mortgage, your rent, groceries, all of those things. And then hopefully you also set some aside into savings or reserves. And those could be for your rainy day fund or your emergency fund, and also to save for the new roof that you need on your house. So that's really the same situation that we have. We have our revenue. We dedicate most of our revenue to operating those recurring things year to year to keep the doors open, also setting aside some to fund future capital needs. So stated another way, and I know this is hard to see, but this is the summary page that is in every one of our budgets every year. And what we are talking about is this top line, which you can't see, is revenues. The next bolded line are those general fund total expenditures. That is the sum of salaries, materials, operations, and technology and communications. That total cannot exceed revenue. It can't. And so just like if your paycheck, you were paying more for your rent, your groceries, and your bills, and you were paying more than you were getting on your paycheck, you would go bankrupt, right? You can't do it. So in a public entity, we're actually legally prevented from having a budget that has operating revenue or operating expenditures in excess of revenues every year. So the reason I'm saying that, and even if we weren't prevented, we would run out of money. That's just simple math. Everything below that, those are the capital expenditures. Those are taken out of savings. And the reason that I'm saying this is there's been a lot of confusion about the fact that we are doing renovations, right? Those renovations are being pulled from a pool of savings. They're completely, they're not relevant to the notion of operating expenditures and revenues. That is a separate calculation, and whether we did the renovation or not, that would not change. We could not use that money, right? Or even if we did, that would get us by 1 year. But we would still, if we're spending more on operations than we are on annual revenues, we would run out of money. So to look at this over a course of years, we are now only going to focus from this point forward on those general operating expenditures, the things that are recurring. We pay them year to year. They keep the doors open. From 2004 to 2008, we were in a great position. You remember the economy was great at that time. Revenue was increasing an average of 8% every year. That is incredible. I don't think we will ever see that again. And our operating expenditures were increasing about 5% a year. So great situation because increases in revenues were outpacing increases in operating expenditures. And as you know, just like your costs go up every year, our operating expenditures will go up every year, from increasing costs for things to staff raises to all the reasons prices go up every year. So 2008, you know what happened. It was the Great Recession began. So from 2008 to 2015, we only averaged a 1% increase in revenue. There were actually some years, as you can see from the graph, that it went down. But in that total period, there was an average of 1%. Operating expenditures did go down a little bit, but only to 4%, right? Only to 4%, because it's very hard to curtail your day-to-day expenses. You can't really do it without making major and drastic cuts. Then from 2016 to 2020, the kind of economy improved. Revenue picked up some. We were seeing an average of a 3% increase in revenue. But operating expenditures stayed at 4%. Then COVID hit, and we artificially, we did make major cuts. We went on a hiring freeze. We did not give raises that year. So we made a conscious effort to really reduce our expenditures because no one knew what was going to happen with the economy in sort of the COVID years. Thankfully, we have rebounded the economy, so we've seen a 5% increase in revenue from 23 to 24, and our operating expenditures have gone up. We're back to sort of the pattern we were on. The COVID hiccup is past. But so what this means, and I'm actually going to go back here. So the difference between that second bolded number, the general fund total expenditures, and the total revenues, back in 2008 was a 24% difference. So we were receiving 24% more than we were spending to keep the doors open. Last year, or this current year, that's down to 5%. Our first draft of our budget for next year is down to 3.2%. So on that trajectory, in a year or two, without changes, we will be spending more to keep the doors open than we will be collecting in revenue. A situation that it would result in exactly the same thing if it happened in your personal finances. We would go, bankruptcy. We would not be able to sustain operations, and we would not be able to have a budget that is in a deficit position like that. That is the reality, and it's nothing that we can change easily. There are challenges to both revenues and costs. One of the things that is a blessing for us is we have a consistent revenue stream. The other side of that, though, is it's only one revenue stream. It's property taxes. That is over 95% of our revenue comes from property taxes. We do not have diversified income streams, and as you probably know, property taxes are the legislature is considering many, many bills to either cap property taxes, to there has been a property tax for seniors. We don't know, that will absolutely affect our revenue. We don't know how much because that is new and we don't know how many people will sign up and so forth, but that's out there. There's always talk of eliminating personal property tax. So there are a lot of threats to our single revenue stream. On the cost side, I'm standing in your way. And we'll talk about this in more detail. Our staff pay is significantly below market, and that is not good. We are continuing to focus on infrastructure. We have, it's the not exciting stuff that you don't see, but our technology infrastructure needs to be updated or has been being updated, our security infrastructure. But our facilities continue to need significant investment. But what I really want to spend some time talking about is the increasing popularity of digital materials and the costs of those. It's something that we do talk about to the board every budget year, but I don't know that it's understood by the sort of the greater population at large in the extent that it should. So, if you are familiar with Hoopla, Hoopla is a very popular streaming service that the library offers, and it's what is sort of a pay-per-use model. So you use it, we get charged when you use it. We have to obviously be able to budget for that in some way so we can cap how much people can use it. But this shows the historical spending in Hoopla from 2015 to now. See, in June of 2015, we were spending exactly nothing on it. We are now spending between $50,000 and $60,000 a month on it. Okay? You cannot incur an increase of expenditures like that without making significant changes. And we honestly haven't made significant changes. We have absorbed $50,000 a month for this service. Then, for those of you who use Libby, these are sort of the ebooks that are more on the physical book model. We purchase specific titles, we have a collection, you check one out. They're usually one book per person. They circulate like a physical book. But you can see how the increase since in the last 4 years from 2019, we had just over 600,000 checkouts. And in 2023, we had around 1.1 million checkouts. So significant growth there. And what is really significant about that and what the challenge is the costs. This is details about the Hotel Nantucket, which is not a bestseller necessarily. It's a popular book, but it's not like a John Grisham or anything like that. We bought 67 ebook copies of this book to satisfy demand. We have a holds ratio, so that we buy a copy for every certain number of holds. So we bought 67 copies. In 1 year, those checked out over 1,000 times. So basically always checked out. But what's significant, those 67 copies, we probably bought as many physical copies, if not more. The physical copies would have been about $20 a piece. These are $75 a piece. The publishers, I'll just be frank, take advantage of libraries. They have a pricing model that is, these are incredibly expensive. So our 67 copies are 3 times the amount of what a physical copy would be. Further, a physical copy, you buy it once. Effectively, these are leases. So we get this for 24 months. And in 24 months, 2 years, all 67 copies at $75 a piece go away. We no longer own them. They are gone. People still want to check them out, so we have to buy some more. Unlike a physical book, which would have come out in paperback by that time, still $75. So we have to rebuy what we already bought to satisfy the continued use. So, are these in demand? In the last sort of non-regular, non-COVID year, 2019, our overall circulation at the library is about 5 million items. In 2023, our last fully completed fiscal year, it was also 5.9 million items. So pretty much flat, statistically flat, which is actually great because a lot of libraries, included, it had been going down. So the fact that we are level shows we are meeting the demand of our patrons are using the library, and that is great. What has changed, though, is back in 2019, 5.1 million of that 5.9 were physical items. In 2023, that had decreased by over 450,000 items, and only 4.6 million were physical items, which means our digital circulations had gone up from 824,000 items to 1.2 million items. So an increase of 463,000 circulations for the things that are significantly more expensive. So it is putting tremendous, tremendous pressure on our operating revenues, or our operating expenditures. And just to show that this isn't sort of a one-time thing, if we were almost completed with the fiscal year now, we compare this to our current fiscal year, July through April of 23 to July through April of 24, our total circulation is going up even more, but our physical item circulation continues to decrease. It's down another 3.9%, while our digital circulation is up another 22.4%. So it's actually accelerating this trend, okay? And that is something that we absolutely have to adapt to. Not only, though, I think the significance isn't just in the fact that these items that are in more demand are more expensive. It also means that 453 physical items, and renewals are in that, just to be transparent, but those are items that didn't have to get put back on a shelf. Those are items that didn't have to be physically handled. The library model, since its inception, has focused always on the ordering, cataloging, housing, and handling of physical materials. And we're seeing that is changing. It's probably the most profound change in library service in the history of libraries, right? Because with all the other services that have been introduced over the 100+ years public libraries have been around, the focus has always been on handling, housing, physical materials. That's why we have the number of buildings we have. That's why they're laid out the way they are. That's why we have job descriptions and the staffing that we have focused on moving materials around. And we're seeing a trend, a very clear trend, that is changing. And it would be irresponsible to not heed that and understand, as stewards of tax dollars, we have to adapt to that. But speaking of staff, and I know I said we would talk about this in more detail. Last year we had a comprehensive salary study done by a firm called the JER HR Group, and what they found was our salary structure was 14.71% below market. So that is similar libraries and also similar type businesses within the St. Louis, this metropolitan area. So our structure itself was lagging behind the market 14.71%. And what that meant was if our structure was where it should be, 70% of our staff were making below the minimum. Okay, that is not good because we have long tenured staff. We have staff that are great. They should not be making literally below entry level for the job that they have. Should not be happening. So obviously we need to change that, right? But going back to what I said before, had we implemented that in '24, this is what would have happened. This number that legally has to be above zero would have been below zero. So we would have been spending more money than we're taking in, something we cannot do. So we had no choice. We could not implement the structure as it was. We gave a 10% pay increase across the board. So that's what we see reflected here. We were able to give a 10% pay increase. But now another year has passed, and we went back to the same group. We are now 18.71% below market. Now that's the structure. We gave a pay increase, but we didn't change the structure itself. So the structure itself is an additional 4% behind now. That 10% increase moved the needle a little bit, so only 60% of our staff are below the minimum. But that is still significant, and it is something that we have to fix. I mean, we have to fix this. So then looking at our facilities. So these are the square footages of our current branches. I know we have a temporary location at Mid Rivers Mall. I'm not going to incorporate that into this at this point because that's not necessarily slated to be a permanent location. But the overall branch typology since the beginning of the district was to not have a headquarters location, first of all. A lot of libraries have a headquarters location and branches. We do not. Instead, we had what used to be called our regional branches, which are our biggest one. We're in one now. So this particular location is 30,000 square feet. Spencer Road is 58,000 square feet, and Catherine Lindeman is 28,000 square feet. We then had a second tier group that were called general purpose locations. They were all between 11,000 and 16,000 square feet. The idea there was to augment the regional locations, not offer all the same services, but to sort of fill in the gaps. And then a number of small locations, at the time they were called community branches, or they went by many names actually, mini branches, express branches, but they are kind of generally below 5,000 square feet. So what has changed though is this small group, right? They were intended to be niche locations. They were to have a collection, they were to pick up holds, there would be a place to go, but there was no expectation on anyone's part that they would offer a full slate of programming, for example. And when they began, the general purpose locations weren't either. But what happened is as expectations changed, there became the expectation that medium tier was providing all the same services that the top tier was. That it had study rooms, that they had programming spaces, and so they started offering as many programs. And the fact is, they don't have the physical space to be able to offer those things in the way that they should be offered. And I think that, so they're basically kind of, I don't want to say orphans from an older time when they were to serve a specific purpose.
Please
They
be quiet. Thank
were
you.
designed to serve a purpose that they don't have the physical location or the physical space to be able to fulfill. And in fact, this came out very clearly in our facilities master plan when feedback from patrons was that we don't have meeting rooms or program rooms. They couldn't get into programs because they were at capacity and they didn't have the space to offer them. And in our most recent strategic plan, same thing. What should we focus on during the next 3 years? The biggest or the most frequent response was more modern, comfortable spaces for classes and studying. So, and then we looked into that, and as part of both the facilities master plan and more recent architectural studies, we had plans done to what it would cost to renovate these locations to bring them up to a standard that could minimally, I think, help get to a point that they can perform these functions that folks are asking for. And you would see with the case of Deer Run, McClay, and Kisker Road, they are multiple millions of dollars. So, you know, a minimum renovation, and those are in 2023 dollars, is nearly $3 million for each of them. Corporate Parkway was pretty much assumed that a renovation, because of how busy that branch is, wouldn't be enough. It absolutely would need to be expanded or rebuilt, and we see the cost there. Those would range from 16 million up to 26 million, depending upon the size. And then looking at operating costs, this is from our facilities master plan. Per hour, the large locations operate much more efficiently than the smaller locations, right? So Spencer Road costs twice as much to operate as Corporate Parkway, but it's 5 times the size. So, all things being equal, it is much more efficient, there's much more bang for the buck for larger locations than for the smaller ones. And that's really borne out in use as well. So this is that group there. We do see that these are folks through the door per hour open, and it does sort of skew toward how many services these things can offer. A notable exception, though, is Cliffview. Cliffview is one of those smaller locations that actually has more people through the door than any of the middle-sized locations. And I think that it's our newest, it really is our newest location. And so I think there are models there that can really be well used. Looking at where facilities are located, this is a 3-mile radius around each branch. So you'll see that in the core part, in the most populated area of the county, there's a lot of overlap and duplication of services. About 2 years ago, we added bookmobile service. We knew there were a lot of unserved areas in the less densely populated regions. So this is a 3-mile radius around each bookmobile location as well. And I think that has proven to be a very good model to serve the more densely populated areas with brick and mortar facilities that can be supported by that population, and then bring bookmobile service to the areas that are less populated, but obviously still deserve service. Going back to looking at just the facilities, another thing that came out of the strategic plan was there was an inequitable distribution of our sort of square footage relative to the population, with most of the large facilities in the eastern portion of the county, most of the small facilities on the western portion of the county. You see the dividing line there. It is not equitable in terms of how the population is dispersed throughout the county. So what does all this mean? I mean, that's really sort of setting the stage and what we have to focus on and what we're looking at. So what can we do and what is being proposed to move forward? First, and a lot of these things are already underway. A lot of these things were called for back in 2019 through our planning processes, but centralizing services that are district-wide. So both centralizing our telephone calls and centralizing our management of programs and events. Not presentation of programs and events. They would still be presented throughout the district. But the presentation or a large extent the presentation, but the planning and management of those programs would be centralized. Investing in the large locations that have the capacity to deliver the services, which is why we're seeing renovations to this building soon and one at Spencer Road right now that is about wrapped up, and my Catherine Linneman was renovated a couple of years ago. So really focusing on enhancing and investing in those locations where that get the most use and that where people see the most, the desired services are able to be utilized. And we want to increase access to small locations. We have a great service at Cliffview in that there are self-service hours. Technology allows for extending hours when staff are not present, and that is something that can be introduced to all of our small locations. So what we would do is we would retrofit Augusta Boone's Trail and Winghaven to also have that extended access, because these are in the more rural areas. This is where, when we talk about the inequitable distribution of service, we want to be able to enhance the services to the people that right now are really underserved. But then that means sunsetting this medium-sized location. Sunsetting does mean different things, though. So selling Akiska Road and McClay properties. Converting Deer Run, so we are currently spent $100,000 a year to rent a warehouse. We would be able to convert Deer Run and use proceeds to renovate or expand Corporate Parkway. So we would have the large branches that could provide the services people demand, and then the small niche locations. This would also allow for exploring the opportunity for partnerships to build additional small niche locations in other areas that some of these other locations are in. And then this proposal would be effective June 30th, 2024 for Kisker and McClay. And
I'm sorry. We would ask that you please be quiet during the presentation. Thank you. If you can't be quiet, please, I would ask that you leave the room during the presentation. Thank you.
also, please continue to listen because you're making assumptions that aren't accurate. This obviously would come along with a workforce reduction that is not tied to those locations. Okay, so like the workforce reduction, there are fewer locations, so workforce there would be a workforce reduction, but it would not be tied to those locations. It would be about 38 budgeted FTE, which would be 64 total positions. So, but 25 of those are currently vacant. And then a reallocation of staff throughout the library, also effective at the end of this fiscal year. With a reorganization of the management structure and the public services librarian staff. So changes to job classifications, with positions filled based upon those qualifications, or for those redefined expectations. There would be a reduction in number. Don't know how many necessarily, because that evaluation process and this would take place through summer of 2024. And then the new salary structure that we discussed would be implemented as part of the new fiscal year budget. So when we look at what this would accomplish, and go back to those original goals, when we talk about access, we would move from having 11 locations open an average of 59.4 hours a week to 8 locations open an average of 75.75 hours a week. All of our locations would be open 7 days a week. The least amount any location would be open would be 68 hours, whereas now 2 locations are open 33 hours and 4 are open 56. We go back to here would be the number. So this would be the number had we implemented the salary structure right in 24. We did not have the funds to do it. With these changes, this would have been what it looked like. So we would have definitely been living within our means and funding our future capital needs. We could hire leadership and development managers that would focus on staff development. Talked about this a little bit. So in the short term, there would be 1 medium-sized location left. But as I mentioned, we would utilize the funds and proceeds from Salem McClay and those reserve funds to be able to enlarge that. So we would have basically 4 large locations, and then augmented by the small locations. We would definitely explore partnerships with the potential of opening other smaller locations in more areas, something we cannot do right now. And then we would focus on what I said in the beginning, having a cohesive whole. So we would have somebody to wrap together our partnerships and our Director of Strategic Initiatives and our outreach that we currently do not have sort of one cohesive strategy for. This is what that map would look like. There would still be significant overlap between the bookmobile and the facilities in terms of financial sustainability. Like I said, there's a just 5% gap that would jump back to a 12%. So our annual operating costs would go from being 95%, this is if this were happened in the 24 budget, to 88%, with roughly $1.5 million reduction in our overall operating.
Right.
So what that would do to this trajectory, you see that right there?
Yeah,
It would look like that.
that's the only benefit of hiring that many.
And there. So in the end, what we would be a library that would still be here. We would have a financially sustainable future. Staff would be adequately compensated and developed. We would have 7-day-a-week operation, all of our locations, something that we have heard about many times, I think, from folks. I think most importantly, we would be funding a service paradigm focused on, with the understanding that physical materials are not play the same role in the future that they do now. And I think most importantly, the capacity to grow. So we could take advantage of other opportunities. We could have more locations ultimately throughout, which we simply can't do now. And that is all I have. I will go back and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
All right. I would ask that the members of the audience please be quiet during our meeting so that we can conduct our business. At this point, we are going to open it, or I'm going to open it up for board questions and have an opportunity for us to discuss the proposal. And this is a significant change. We all recognize that it is a significant change that will have a significant impact. So I think it's important for us to ask leadership any questions that we may have and discuss this amongst ourselves. Again, I would ask that the members of the audience be respectful while we are trying to conduct this meeting. If you cannot be quiet, then please leave the room. All right, does anyone have questions for Jason? Go ahead, Josiah.
So could you state clearly for us what kinds of raises would this plan enable, and then how soon could we get those pay increases implemented?
So, it would allow the implementation of the full salary structure change. So the structure itself would move up by almost 19%, 18.71%. The raises themselves would be different for every person, but what we, as part of working with that, we worked with the consultant to determine what is the most beneficial for each individual employee. So it would they would fall roughly in the same place in their range than they do now. So if they were at midpoint of the old range, they would be roughly midpoint of the new range. It would take advantage, it would recognize their experience.
And as far as timing of
Oh, I'm sorry, with the new fiscal year. So it would be implemented and effective July 1.
July 1st?
Yep.
I have a question.
Go ahead, buddy.
The mix between the downsizing between the professional staff and the non-professional staff. From my understanding from our brief meetings before, of the 38, it's only like 7 or 8 were the professional staff? How many?
Well, not, that 38 is, that's only non-professional staff.
Non-professional.
Yeah.
Okay, and at that time, I know you showed up here that the people that are professional staff, they're gonna have a chance to all be rehired. They're all gonna basically be out of a job technically until they rehire and reapply. I mean, there won't be a date where they won't get paid, but I mean, they're gonna have to decide pretty quick. But my question is when we had our meetings, you talked about the 38 non-professional staff, that their termination is gonna be based solely on seniority and not merit, which we're not a union facility or, and not, you know, we're an at-will state. So I just had a question, is that still the basis? 'Cause that's what you said at the meeting that we had, that those 38 were gonna be basically, you're gonna calculate how many and where the calendar hits and when they were hired. Everybody below it loses their job and everybody above it keeps their job. Is that still the same?
I mean, yes, without going into specifics, we wanted to be equitable and fair across the district.
So it'll be
Because,
different, they'll be handled different than the professional staff?
absolutely, yes.
That's a disservice to the community.
And I just want to reiterate, the reason we are not getting into the specifics about particular positions or people is because we are mindful of the fact that these are people, and we want to provide management and leadership the opportunity to have the conversations with the people directly who are going to be affected, answer questions, and things like that.
I understand that, and I appreciate you saying that. But if we cared about the employees so much, and we want to talk to them, I mean, you let them know 2 days ago that we were having a meeting that was about something. And
Please, thank you.
So my question is, this is so big and so large of a huge change. We're talking about 50 years. You brought it up. It's 50 years. I'm trying to figure out what the benefit is of you making this proposal to us and making us vote on it tonight, as opposed to having hearings, because when you told us in our meetings that it was only like 3 of you in the whole library that knew about this.
That's right.
So none of the branch managers were involved after that? After we had our meeting, was the branch managers involved? Because I don't know what
They
happened
know right now,
since
yes.
they were involved before 3 days ago?
Not before 3 days ago.
Okay, well, that's my question is I'm trying to figure out what the advantage is of doing such a big plan, basically without any input from the people that work in the library and the taxpayers. I told you when we had our meeting, I philosophically probably agree, as, you know, I've been a fiscal conservative on lots of stuff my whole life. I probably agree with that, but I just,
Delay the vote.
I'm just trying to figure out, what the advantage is of having to do this tonight, as opposed to really listening to people and figuring out that maybe one of those libraries is the wrong choice. I mean, I don't know enough.
So, I mean,
I don't know enough, and I only had 2 15-minute meetings,
So I will say,
which is, no, please,
I will once again ask
I'm trying
the
to- I'm trying to
library
really learn.
or the
I mean,
people in the audience to be quiet so that we can have
But
these
I'm
discussions.
just trying to
So
figure that out.
I just want to say, you know, this decision is a board decision.
Right.
No one's making us
Thank
make
you.
this decision this
You have
evening.
at every one of our tables
Well, that
tonight,
was a
you had the
proposal.
proposed
Yeah,
statement.
that's the proposed recommendation
Yeah.
for tonight.
We
It
do
was up
that
to
for
the board
every
to make-
action item for
yeah.
every board meeting, just so
Yeah,
there's
I
no
know.
confusion about,
But-
that's, yeah.
So I,
So in the email, you said we were going to vote for it tonight.
well.
Action will be taken tonight. That's
It
what you
is
said.
an action item on our agenda for tonight.
Yeah, but it
So
doesn't have to be an action item tonight.
it was on the agenda as an action item because, as you know, we are required to notify the
I
public of
understand that, but I'm trying to
actions
say the
that we're
only
going to
person on the
take.
board that had any input on any of this is you.
That is incorrect.
That's false.
How come I wasn't?
We
So-
had,
We had a 15-minute meeting where I couldn't even take, you handed me like 20 little slides like this. I'm new to the board. I'm trying to look at the numbers. I wasn't even allowed to take that information home to be able to try to study it and get more questions. No, you said I couldn't take it.
We didn't say you couldn't take notes. And also, we had an hour planned, so, I mean, it was not a 15-minute meeting.
Well, half
We
hour.
had an hour planned.
Okay, so I had an hour then, and then 2 months ago, we had a 30-minute meeting. I just saying, I agree with most of the fiscal stuff you're talking about. I just think that the mere fact that we have so many people that are upset about it, I mean, it's tax dollars. The people who pay the taxes should have input. And not just a half an hour, or I guess we're gonna have longer than an hour tonight, or half hour. I mean, I just think that a good plan sometimes can be doomed by poor strategy and poor tactics. Believe me, Lord, I know I've worked on plenty of elections where I thought I had the right person and the right message, and I screwed up on the tactics big time and we tanked. So that's my only thing. I'm just trying to figure out why you went that way and you thought that was better for the taxpayers as opposed to like, hey, let's have hearings, let's work this out. I mean, I know the fiscal year's coming up. It's like a month. You're gonna close these libraries in 6 weeks. You know, I mean, unless it's a sunset, I don't know, maybe they won't close completely, I don't know. We don't know. We're gonna vote on something that I don't think that any of us have enough information on.
Well,
That's my only question, is I'd
part
be
of
glad to hear
the
about
point
more.
of this is to give you the
Yeah.
opportunity, to give all of us the opportunity to ask questions and
Well,
get
that's
more
what I'm trying
information.
to figure out. is,
So I think,
Will they close on June 30th? Those branches. When you said sunset, I understand that word means it's gonna close one day a week early and then one day a week. I mean, are those two branches closing on June 30th?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry, if you vote for
Yeah,
that,
that's what I'm saying. That's what you're requesting.
that's.
Because it's your
yes.
plan, it's not our plan. Because
well,
it's
just
not our
to
plan.
clarify, so just to remind the board,
Okay.
when we set Jason's goals for this year, the top two goals were implement the strategic plan and fully implement the salary study. And so he was tasked
Oh,
with
like
going
I
back
said, I
and coming
agree.
up with a proposal that would allow us to
I
do that for
agree,
the
but the
district.
proposal's being made, and you're expecting us to act on it tonight. I mean, you are expecting us, when you put it in the agenda, you could have put in the agenda, we're gonna discuss this, and this is the first meeting, we got another meeting next week, we're gonna have 3 meetings, we're gonna have one at each of these libraries that's gonna close. You know, we could have a little hearing at each one of those libraries and talk about it specifically, how it would affect the people that use that library.
Right.
So,
We're
Jason,
just-
can you speak a little bit about the timing
Yeah.
of this and
that's what
why
it
the
is.
timing right now is what it is in relation to the fiscal year
Right.
and other things that have been in the works?
Well, I mean, obviously the beginning of the fiscal year is coming and we want the salary structure implemented with the new fiscal year. I mean, in terms of timing with the meeting, I mean, we wanted to be cognizant of the fact that there are people involved here and we wanted to have the opportunity for you to ask questions. I guess I'm a little confused by the notion that I'm forcing you to do something. I have a proposal, you're on the board, you can put forward any motion you like to delay the vote, and no one is saying you can't.
I know, it just
Like-
seems like that we don't have it seems like, I mean, the meeting was planned we knew about this meeting 2 months ago. I mean, you told us there'd be a meeting a long time ago, and then the date was set, we tried to work out some dates, but the meeting was happening. But the location and everything wasn't confirmed until like 3 days ago. The whole meeting was confirmed and the location and everything. That was the final, we got more emails saying, now it's confirmed, the location. That was just 2 days ago, 3 days ago.
I don't think that's,
Well, it said to be
Accurate.
determined. The one I got last week
oh,
said
the
location to be
location?
determined.
Okay.
So, I mean, to me, when a meeting is set like this, it's not set hard until you know you already have the votes. Which, well, I mean,
I
in my
don't-
experience, and that's means you don't vote on
I
something
don't
you already
think the
know.
meeting was set because someone was convinced of the votes. The meeting was set for this evening because that's when all the trustees were available to be in person. And we wanted to have a dedicated meeting just for this topic so that we could have time to have this discussion,
Why
so
do
that
we
we
have to-
could take public comment and have the opportunity to take that public comment on this
Why didn't
topic.
we start 6 months ago? Why didn't
Well-
why didn't we start 6 months ago if we had this hard deadline of the fiscal year?
I
And
will-
You may have started 6 months, and you may have started 6 months ago. But you didn't tell us anything about it until 2 months ago. And you can
So
say you
I-
didn't, but that's what first I heard of it.
I mean, I don't really like the implication that
Well, then
other
don't-
people were working on this behind the scenes and not
Well, when I
making
go to the
that
meetings,
transparent.
you're representing the board with the staff, I guess. And here's what we've decided we want to do, is what was put to us.
So I don't really
You don't think that happened?
I think that there is information that is provided to the board for your information. You're given
How about-
opportunity to ask questions
And I
in
tried.
advance. I mean, so I just want to reiterate that the point of this meeting is to have this discussion
I know, that's
and,
what I'm trying to
and to
figure out, I mean, the whole.
ask the questions
The whole
and get
realization,
the,
if you had those meetings with us one-on-one, you know, I mean, in my experience, that's done to evade the sunshine laws.
Exactly.
I mean,
that
that's just.
is not
Well, it is.
why those meetings were held.
Well, that's what it appears. I'm talking about the appearance. I agree with most of the stuff you're saying. That's what I'm trying to say. I just think it's gonna be handicapped and you're not gonna have support from the people and the public when it looks like that everything was done to hide it. I'm not saying that you did. I'm not saying you did.
Well, you're insinuating that that's
No,
what
I'm
happened
not-
when it
I'm
did
saying
not
what
happen.
people can think.
That, I don't think that's truly fair, buddy,
Well,
okay?
that's fine.
Number one, we gave Jason a job, and we told him that these people are not paid enough. And that was the main focus of what we told him to do. We said, get these people paid what they're supposed to be paid. And this is how he's come to do it. That's all I have to say about that,
I agree.
okay? And so regardless of when he did it or whatever, there's a problem here that has to be fixed. And that is that our people, our good people, are underpaid. And we have to find a way to be able to do that,
We lay off
Okay.
some to pay the other ones.
okay? That's all I have to say.
No, I agree. I mean,
Are there other questions from the board about any of the information that was presented?
I have a question.
Sure.
So Jason, if we don't do anything, what are the consequences?
Well-
We can't implement the salary study.
No, we could not implement the salary study.
Okay.
But they would still have a job.
I mean, ultimately, we would continue to have buildings that we couldn't afford to operate. I mean, you saw within 2 years, our revenues would fall behind our expenditures. Like I said, we've already cut everywhere we can cut. I mean, I think staff know that as well. We've held staffing levels down where we can. Part of that isn't even our own doing. We simply can't hire people at the rates that we're paying. Yeah, I mean, that's really it. I mean, it would be status quo, and we would get further and further behind.
that's my question. If it's so important, why are we here this late in the process?
Well, I do want to, 6 months ago, what was happening at these meetings? I mean, could we have had this discussion?
You could have had
This was planned-
discussion- you could have
ultimately
had
planned for a
discussions
year
and
ago.
closed meetings with us to let us begin to start to understand what's going on, so I could ask questions and learn more about it, because I was new. But to have a little tiny spread, I don't know what you call them.
We did also have a closed
Slide.
meeting, didn't we? Yeah, so we did have one of those.
It was probably before I was on.
No, it was a month
No,
ago.
that's what I'm saying, yeah, that was a month ago. I'm saying, if it was 6 months ago, you're saying we couldn't have this meeting 6 months ago because we had citizens that were here that were upset about what books we had in the library. Okay, so I mean, that's 6 months ago. So then it's 4 months after that is when we had the meeting. But I'm saying we could have had the meeting 6 months ago as a closed meeting where we could have started the process to this. Instead of like, oh, we have to do it right now, because if we don't, we're gonna have all these people unpaid. I mean, what I'm trying to figure out is, why would you risk it passing if it's so important by doing it this way? Nah, it probably doesn't matter. You probably don't have enough votes to stop it anyway. But I'm just saying, it seems risky if it's so important that you would shepherd it. It's process, it's not the content. That's what I want to get. It's not necessarily the content.
I
It's
understand.
the process. And Lord knows I've messed up in that
I mean, I do think it's
process.
important to recognize that some of what happens behind the scenes at the library in terms of planning for this, collecting the information, coming up with a plan for communicating with staff, coming up with a plan for how this is going to actually be implemented, what to do with material. I mean, all that stuff takes time, and it needs to be thought through and worked out before a proposal is brought forward. And so when we gave Jason this directive of, we want this to happen this year, find a way to make it happen and make that proposal, he took that and the rest of the leadership team and came up with the proposal, and that's
Well, it
where
does take time when
we
you only
are.
have 3 people working on it.
Well,
I mean, that's what, it does take more time when you're not networking with the actual whole, we're paying these people this money and they weren't even talked to about this process.
well, I think
That's
you're
why
not
we say-
recognizing
Yeah.
the fact that when you're talking about things like reorganization and reductions in force,
But there's
you
still
have
more
to
than 3
be
people that should have been.
sensitive.
There were more than 3
there
people.
were more than
Like,
3.
I don't know where you
Well, then-
came up with that number, but there were more than 3 people.
When we were at our meeting, the people that were in that room.
Yeah, I
you
don't
said
think
that's
everyone
the only
could come.
people that knew about it. That was the only people that knew about
I
it.
said the
And that you were afraid.
Exec
because-
team was
and
the
you
only
didn't
people
want
that
it to
knew
be
about it.
leaked. And that's why so few people were involved. And our
Well-
discussion was, as I told you, this is gonna get leaked. Someone's gonna find out about this and it's gonna leak it. And I didn't leak it. In fact, I called you immediately when I got a phone call from the press. But it's exactly as I said, this is gonna get leaked. Someone's gonna hear about someone on the board leaked it. There's no doubt, it had to be someone on the board, or it was one of your executive team. And that's what poisoned it, because I told you it was gonna be leaked, and and because of the leak, that's why we have people who feel like they were left out of it. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm not saying that we shouldn't close libraries, or we shouldn't look at the process of how things are gonna change. I mean, in 50 years, there might not be any libraries. Everything is gonna be on your own computer. I don't know. But
There will
I
be
just-
libraries.
Whatever we do, there's gonna be rancor and upset people for a lot longer than needed to be because of the process. And that's all I'm really saying. I'm not saying it was evil or anything like that. I'm just saying it may have been not planned right, or I'm not even gonna say misguided. It was just not realizing how the public and the employees might accept it.
Well, I think
We tried to protect them by not telling them they were gonna lose their job. mean,
I
that's
think we
what-
all recognized that
That's my only
this
concern.
would be a shocking announcement, that this proposal, because it is so significant, would upset members of the public, especially people who love their particular library branch. I mean, we recognize that, and again,
But they're gonna get
that's
tonight. They're gonna
where,
get tonight to talk about
why
it.
we are here to
That's it.
listen to the board and to the public. Go ahead, Matthew.
Thank you. I agree with Buddy here, maybe because we're involved in politics and know that if we had kind of done a tour around the county and gone to each library and made folks aware of the situation, I think it would have been, I guess, a better reception than what it appears to be. I don't know personally, I don't know that I think that this is the best proposal. I think there are other options. I wouldn't clap yet. I mean, in 90 minutes or longer, you might not be clapping. So I think there are other things that we could look at. And I think that we should or should have gotten taxpayer input either through a vote or through something to say, like, listen, this is the situation where we are. I live in North O'Fallon. I'm not happy with losing a library in North O'Fallon. And to say to travel to this library is easy is not the case. Traveling Highway K from North Main is not fun. And I try to stay north of 70. But We have more subdivisions being built north of 70, up in that area. We have more kids, and we're telling parents to drive farther for kids to go to libraries, which I understand if you're an adult and you can drive, I get it. Okay, you can drive a little bit further to a library, okay, maybe. I'm still not happy about it, but, I mean, when we have children who utilize the library, they can't ride their bike to Mittendorf-Crandell from North Main. They can't ride their bike to Spencer from North O'Fallon. So I have issues with reducing a library in that area, and I think there are other ways that we can accomplish this. So I'm not supportive of this, but yeah.
Matthew, will you talk to us about the ways that alternatives that you had in mind?
Yeah, I think, I mean, again, this may not be popular, so, I mean, it is what it is. But, you know, I think we could offer membership plans for the library. And if you want to get a physical copy of a book and you want to just get physical books, you have a free membership to the library. Great. If you want a better service, if you want the demand, on demand, then you may have to pay a little bit more for on demand because the books cost more. I mean, it's an Amazon Prime idea. You know, you can buy stuff from Amazon and get it in 3 days, but if you want it next day, you pay more. So I get that we're a public library and everything should be free. I get it, but when we're getting absolutely hammered by the publishers, we have to do something. And I honestly think we should talk to our friends in our little organizations that we're friends with and say, why don't the libraries come together and tell these publishers, we're not gonna put up with this anymore. And I mean, that's, like, use our force together to get results instead of just taking it every year and just doing something different. So that's one option. I know that Jason suggested at the beginning that additional revenue may not be the answer. We'll be back here doing the same thing, but I think that's something that we should at least suggest to the taxpayers. And if they don't vote for it, then they don't vote for it. But by saying that they're not going to support it, and we don't know that by actually having a vote, by saying that, I mean, I think we should at least attempt it. Right. And I know that it doesn't address the change in the kind of paradigm shift. I get that, but I don't know. And as much as I'm an IT guy, I mean, I work in IT, and I usually would love digital, going all digital, right? Like I see it on the horizon. But I'll tell you what, my son is not gonna read a digital book. I'm gonna get him a physical book from the children's section, and he's not gonna have a Kindle or an iPhone or an iPad. He's not gonna be using that. So I think there's still and there's probably, I don't know this for a fact, I'm just assuming, but I think there's probably individuals that are like me who grew up in both the pre-digital and now the digital era. And it has gone so digital that we're revolting a little bit to go back. And I never thought I would say I want a paper copy of a book. I would always say I want digital, but I'm starting to go back that direction. I think it's generational. That's going to happen. You're going to have these ebb and flows with things. So, I mean, I've said a lot, but I think those are some options, some ideas, at least I have, and I guess do with that what you will. Thanks.
Hey, Stacy, can I respond to a couple?
Can you talk to us about the digital materials and steps that have been attempted or are in the works for addressing the rising and exorbitant costs of digital materials, and then also speak to tax measures?
Okay. Yeah, and first I will say I absolutely appreciate any and all options for increasing revenue. I'm not want to be dismissive of those at all. I will say that libraries have banded together. I mean, there's been multiple attempts, and the publishers have generally known that we cannot. I mean, if it comes down to a full boycott, I don't know, they've just never been successful. But there are working groups within, I know Urban Libraries Council has one. Right now, I think we have staff representatives on that. So, I mean, there are efforts underway for that. There have been legislative efforts in a multitude of states, including Missouri. They have never gotten anywhere. I understand the one in Missouri, there were constitutional issues with it. So, I mean, they've been challenged in court, but no state has ever been able to pass anything. So,
I want to say, it's just not like libraries are just taking it. They're trying to do everything they can. In terms of the charging, I know, I understand what you're saying. A couple of issues. One is, it's not necessarily just a matter of convenience. Like we said at a meeting some time ago, there's one audiobook publisher now, major audiobook publisher, that has stopped publishing on CD. So they are no longer, so it is not an option for a patron. They have to take the digital copy. More will go that way. So it's not, at that point, you are excluding people who can't pay from having access because they don't have a fallback physical thing. In terms of even if we can charge, I mean, I know it's been sort of floated out there. I know you said a membership level. That might be something to look at. Others have suggested, charging per circ, per digital circ. That's something that, we're licensing a product from a third party, and that agreement is we can't resell it. So I don't know that what is suggesting we can legally do. So.
But,
So-
and his point about the going to the voters, I hadn't thought about it, we hadn't discussed that, but, our school, I live in a school district that consistently passes tax increases for specific things.
Right.
For a bond issue or
Yeah.
to build a new high school. I live in Orchard Farm. I mean, people have voted for things. If you had a thing that said, pass this vote or 3 libraries are getting closed. I mean, you might do better than you think, because you might have all of the local legislators who are usually anti-tax maybe helping you. I mean, I think
Well-
there's a way for that to work.
I guess my question about something like that type of proposal, basically giving our public an ultimatum,
Well, it's
do
not
this,
ultimatum. They do
or
it
we're
with
gonna
schools all the time.
close
Schools
the
do it every
branches,
day.
is, are we going to, as a board, decide that we will shift the organization in the way that our strategic planning has shown us we need to go, or are we not? Because what a tax proposal to, let's say, keep all the buildings open, keep status quo, keep everything the way it is, isn't shifting the model of our library's operations. It's status quo. And is it responsible to ask the taxpayers of this county to support a model for library operations that we have been told through our strategic planning process that people don't want? They want us to move in this direction, and we have our planning process. We've done multiple planning processes, and so I'm not saying that's what we should do. I'm asking the question. As a board, we have to decide.
Well, my
what we're
answer
gonna do.
is I don't know, because we didn't discuss it as an option. So I don't know if having a vote is a dumb idea, because we haven't discussed it. We went only for the one option. We weren't given multiple options. So I don't know how to, I don't know. Maybe it is a dumb idea.
Well, I don't think anyone's saying it's a dumb idea. I'm saying we have
I'm
to
calling it myself. I mean, it could be.
consider the options and the environment in which we are operating right now, where we are going in the future, and the sustainability of the library as an
I agree
organization.
with all that.
Go ahead, Matthew.
So, I believe we have a little bit of a chicken and egg situation where we have difficulty hiring librarians because the pay is below standard. And we can't pay because, and that's where my thought process of a ballot initiative is. We talk about not being able to hire positions and we're understaffed. We have to, shorten hours to different libraries. But if we did go out to a vote and it did pass and we did get revenue in and we could implement the salary study, well, now maybe we do get librarians in that we can expand services and we can't, I think we're in a weird position where, I think we're taking one direction. I think there's multiple things to look at though.
I mean, we're in St. Charles County. We don't like closing stuff.
Well, I don't like paying higher taxes
I
either.
know.
Right, so, I
We
mean,
build stuff.
I mean, we-
But then the middle-sized locations can't provide the services that everybody wants.
Right, I understand.
I mean, I think
So the answer is
Part-
to give them no services.
Well,
That's
part
my-
of,
that's
the part of
that's
the
their-
situation we're facing is that even if we had more revenue, let's say through a tax stream, to maintain the status quo, to keep the staffing level the same, to increase staff salaries, it's not addressing the other part of the issue. It doesn't address the fact that we don't have sustainable operations. It doesn't address the fact that we are not providing adequate service in the fastest growing part of this county.
Right.
And the only way for us to build that reserve that Jason showed on the graph, in order to meet those needs, is to change our operation in some way. I also think that looking forward, we need to set ourselves up so that we can be more flexible and responsive to the public's need for library service. So maybe in the future, there's going to be another part of the county that is rapidly growing, and we'll put a small location there, a niche location, something like that. If we have the resources available, we can be flexible in that way. Right now, we don't have that option to be flexible like that. And I would be concerned about asking the tax-paying public in a county that does not like paying taxes for, I mean, we all know, we're all taxpayers here, to support the status quo when we know that at some point in the future, we may need a ballot initiative to fund a major branch or something in the western part of the county or another part of the county that has a population explosion. So I think we need to think more long-term. And you're right, Matthew, we are in kind of this impossible situation right now. We want to do right by the staff. We want to pay them a competitive wage. We want to be able to retain our good staff and hire in more good staff. And we also want to be able to provide the best service we can to the public. And so we're just having to make some hard choices right now.
So my only challenge there, and Julie, you can correct me, we're debt-free, right?
Correct.
So the library is debt-free. Can you talk to a local government that is debt-free? Like, none of them are, right? You can leverage debt to do things like major capital improvements. Now, I know it's maybe not a wise decision in the long run, potentially. It kind of depends on your revenue stream. But at least like, there are options. That's what I'm trying to get at, though, is that there are options. And tonight we have received one proposal, one option. I think there are other things that as a board we could potentially look at and not feel like like our back is against the wall and we only have this one thing to do. I think there are other things out there that we could definitely explore.
So can we talk a little bit about debt and whether our current revenue stream versus operating expenses would even allow us to handle something like that? I mean, assuming let's say we're going to take on debt to do something significant, a significant improvement, refurbishing or expanding a building, something like that.
Well, I mean, I'll say I mean, Julie can talk in more, but I mean, no, we don't have, I mean, obviously you could see, we don't have the revenue to I know I pointed up there, it's not up there right now, to service debt right now. I mean, we couldn't take that on. So it would have to be a situation where we go to the voters to ask for an operating levy increase for debt service. Yeah.
That is correct. So we have to service the debt. You got it. So if we were doing something significant, that means that we're going to the voters because you get that dollar amount at one time, correct? But you're having to pay that back.
Right.
So we can't support that with current operations.
And I do want to just a little bit of history. We did, and I know not everyone was on the board then. I mean, we did have discussions sort of about doing an initiative, a ballot initiative, after our facilities master plan, which, I mean, obviously that was costed out at nearly $100 million to do. Then COVID hit, and it was like sort of the world changed at that point. So it's not that it hasn't been considered, it's just the environment changed a lot since that has happened.
Yeah, we did consider it. We had an actual analysis done because we don't have debt currently and we have never had debt. So there's a specific analysis that needs to be done on the balance sheet to get the initial credit rating. So we did go through the entire process, and we know what that looks like.
Couldn't you utilize your capital for your debt service payment, though? We have capital reserves, right? Can we utilize those instead of general operations for your debt service? And just do is a GO bond that we would do where you don't go out to voters because you do have your capital reserve available to pay that debt service off?
There are a couple, there's a certificate of participation.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So
Yeah.
it depends on the amount that you're going out for. I don't
Sure.
want to
Sure.
state one way or the other. We do have options,
Yeah.
but,
Well, just a second ago you said no.
no, we've got options, but if we're doing something significant, we have to go out to the voters to support that. We can't service the debt without going to the voters. We don't have that type of reserve.
Okay.
So if we want to build we want to even improve Coral Parkway. It's like when you're looking at $20 million, our reserve can't support the service of that debt, commit to it.
Yeah, but how much is that annually? It's not 20 million, it's a portion of that, right? Because it's over a course of time.
Right.
Yes, but there's more things that go into that. So I'm just going to say that it's an option.
Okay.
But we don't have time to know about it, or to be told. We're not, I mean, I just can't learn it today. That's why I want to learn more about that.
It's not simplistic. That's why I don't want to try to make it such. It's not.
No, I know
So
it's not.
it deserves a bigger conversation.
And that's one of the things I think
And-
we should have is bigger conversations about options.
Yeah, and
Because I
obviously,
don't know.
when we had this done before, it was when debt was almost free, you know, and now it's very much not. So it's more expensive now than it was
Oh, I understand.
4 years ago when we lived there.
That's true. That's very fair. I understand that.
Are there other questions or comments?
So, not to sound dramatic or anything, but it kind of sounds like realistically.
Is his mic? Is
Can you
your
hear me?
mic on? Yeah, closer to the mic.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
So not to be dramatic, but it kind of sounds like, fiscally speaking, we have sort of a financial doomsday clock that is ticking down, and it's going to reach midnight in 2 years.
Glad you're not being dramatic.
Right. So, say we take this proposal and say, nah. So, how soon could something get on a ballot? Realistically speaking, I'm guessing we probably would not be able to get something like this on the November ballot.
no.
So then we're pushing it forward another year. We've got 1 year left on our doomsday clock. Then if it fails, what happens? Like if
By your analogy,
our
doomsday.
expenditures reach and exceed our revenues. You said it's illegal for that to happen, but
Well,
like, what does that mean?
we have to
Do
present
you
a
get
balanced
arrested?
budget.
Like,
Julie does.
yes, please.
No, that means we cut expenditures. We find
You're
areas, whether it's.
Legally
if-
forced to cut expenditures,
if
which
we-
might look like
Correct,
this again.
because we can rein in electronic resources. That means it increases wait times, but it's going to decrease our cost.
Gotcha.
Whatever area that is, I'm not just saying that would be the particular area, but by line item, we would have to find ways to balance that budget and cut the costs going forward.
Go ahead, Matthew.
But we have 25 vacant positions that we're fully budgeting.
Correct.
Right, because at our current operation, we need those staff. I mean, we've cut hours.
Right.
We've closed branches certain days of the week. I mean, we do that in response to our staffing levels, and so,
Certainly.
Yeah.
But when you show a slide that shows us $1,000 in the red, you cut a half of a position, and that year is now, you've survived that year to fight again, right? But I mean, I get what you're saying, Josiah, like, it's coming, right? But to say that we can't do anything, it's illegal to run, and I still don't fully agree that you can't use your reserves for operations. I mean, gosh, I've worked in government 20 years. I can't imagine. I don't think that is true.
So
but-
that is called deficit spending. So you could do that, but that is not fiscally responsible.
Sure.
It's not, because what you're doing is you're saying that it's okay to operate status quo, and you still have to accommodate for the future of inflation and increased costs. So you're saying that keep operating the way you are and consume your reserves.
Is it,
So I think,
You don't do that in your
Is it-
home life, so it's like, it's not a fiscally responsible thing to do.
Is it possible if you took those positions that no one has and closed one library? I mean, is that a possible scenario that we could study and look at? Because I mean, the number of open positions, doesn't that equal about the staff of one of those libraries? Where the extra positions are gonna have to come from the other ones, but is it pretty close to one library that we don't have, that those people, I mean, it seems like that's a super good
I have
option
to
to
look
study.
at the FTEs specifically.
You said it's 20 that aren't funded?
25 positions, but they're not, it's not
funded. So
full-time.
what if we, for 1 year, we closed one of the libraries? I mean, it's a possibility.
And then you just kick the can
No,
down
you
the
don't.
road.
But maybe you don't kick the can, because if we're eliminating one library and eliminating 25 positions that are on a budget that we're not even paying for actually, and you close one library, then the amount of money you could keep from closing that one library, it goes into the fund and supports maybe that's enough to bring up the salaries of a lot of the people, and maybe that you don't have to lay off 30 people extra, or 20 extra, I guess. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out why, can we look at some other options? And we could have, if we had started months ago, on the meeting part. Now, I know
understand.
on the
I
planning
mean,
part.
I will
understand.
say that when staff started looking, and Jason can speak more to this, at the options for implementing salary study, doing strategic plan, and those two things working together, looking at our operating expenditures and our revenues, they approached that by how can we make this happen with the smallest impact
Yeah.
to our public as possible.
We started with one,
And
and then,
because of the very narrow gap between the expenses and the revenue, we're having to make a significant change. I mean, and so,
But the expenses are actually skewed though, because 20 of those FTEs that are listed in the expenses are actually not being funded. Right? They're in the budget, but they're not being spent.
No, it's, we looked at
Right.
No, that's
the
what you
actual,
just said, 20.
but we looked at the actual expenditures for last year.
No.
well,
No, budget.
for 23, so we are still in 24, so we looked at budget for 24. Yeah, I mean, realistically, we're never at 100% staffed, so your staffing budget is always, it's never going to be 100% because there's turnover, so.
But 20 out of 40, it's almost half of the amount of people that we're talking about are not even employed right now. So we're only talking about an extra 19 people that are gonna lose their job, which could be at one of those libraries. I mean, 2 of those libraries are closed, I understand, maybe one of those would be the smart one to close. And enough money would come from selling that one to kick down the can the road. Maybe it's kicking the can down the road 5 years, but instead of 2 years or 1 year. I just think that if we had a multitude of proposals, or maybe 2 or 3, where we could have actually tried to figure out and not just, and be part of the process. That's what I think is I mean, I've never been on a board like this before, and I don't feel like I'm part of the process at all on it. I mean, I am tonight because I got a microphone, but, and I'm trying to be, I can't speak as good as Matthew, and I try, but I mean, it's not, I'm just trying to figure it out, and I feel like if I don't have any input on it all, then I'm just wasting my time on the board.
Jason, this wasn't your first iteration of this plan, was it?
No.
I mean, it took you a long time to come up with this, and you went through several scenarios, or many scenarios, correct?
Correct.
Zero public input.
Well,
when
that's
can we start the public
that's
input?
our job.
I would once
That's
again
our
ask
job.
the audience to be quiet. Thank you.
When's the public input?
I think I would just like to bring us back to the place where Jason started his presentation, and what we're looking at right now is this proposal, but the goal of the proposal, whatever that turns out to be, is to ensure sustainable operation for the district long-term.
Long-term.
So not just for the next fiscal year, not for, beating the doomsday clock for finances or whatever, but long-term, how can we meet the needs of the people who live in this county by providing the services they told us they needed in a sustainable way? And so I think whatever proposal we consider, it has to keep that in mind. It's not as simple as, oh, we just need more revenue. It is status quo is what we have learned through our planning process is not where our residents are at right now. They want more programs, they want more study space, they want more meeting spaces, they want more e-resources, and they have certain expectations of the types of services the district is going to provide. And so I think it's incumbent upon the board to try to meet those needs in the best way that we can while being fiscally responsible. I mean, I definitely don't think we should deficit spend. I don't think we should start pulling money out of our reserves to cover operating expenses. I don't think it's responsible to ask the taxpayers to increase the tax rate to maintain the status quo when we have gone through our planning processes and heard that this is the services we want. These are the deficiencies in our facilities. I mean, the slide was up on the screen on just the significant amount of cost it would take to take our medium-sized branches to just the bare minimum of providing some of the services that the people in the community expect. And so,
Don't you think the people that live there, I mean, just saying, they weren't asked. If they were picked, if people who lived near one of those libraries were given the option, okay, you're not gonna get the meeting rooms and the extra little programmings that you want, but you're gonna lose your library. You have an option. You can have the extra buildings added, we can add these extra rooms that people use for meetings once in a couple of, whatever. I mean, they're used a lot, I understand.
Yeah, they're always full, yeah.
They're always full. But it's either that, or you don't, if you can't have that. If you want that, we can't do it. So we're gonna have to close the library if you want that. Would you take the library that's near you as it is right now?
well, I do think the statistics show, and Jason, you can speak to this, that in this county, a lot of people use multiple
Yeah.
branches.
That's
So
right.
they don't necessarily only go to one branch in the densely populated parts of our
Well, they go
county.
to one library that's small, like by their house, like Kisker Road, to get books and to read and do all that. And when they need a meeting space, then they can go to Spencer Road and go to the full-service library. That's what I'm saying. I don't see how you you give them what they want by taking away their library without talking to them first and finding out if that's really what they want. They weren't talked to, Rich. I mean, they weren't.
That's not the entire reason for closing them, though. That's not
It's
it.
to fire people is the reason to close them.
This board has been very good shepherding the taxpayers' money. We've built the reserves so we can improve our buildings, so that we can repair our buildings, so we can maintain our buildings, so we can build our buildings without going to the taxpayers to ask for a bond issue.
That's good. That's
Okay, and so we've done that very well for all these years. And what now you're asking is for us to change that entire philosophy.
No, I
is
don't want,
basically
I
what
don't
you're
want, no,
asking.
I don't think we should go to the taxpayers. I just said it's an option that should have been discussed. I don't agree with it, and I don't agree with the status quo. I think the status quo is wrong, you're right. What we asked him to do is right. I just think that that maybe 2 or 3 different options. He's worked on other options. I would have liked to have seen those other options. And the board could have a work session on those other options to see if what he's saying is actually correct. Not that he's misleading us, but to understand the numbers and to see, we may go through that work session a couple times and I may go, you know what? You gotta close 3 libraries. But right now, I don't think I can say that I know for sure, 100%. Because once they're closed, they don't reopen. They're gone. Any government service that goes away doesn't come back.
Couple quick questions. So part of some fraction of the positions that are being eliminated are simply positions that are currently vacant and will not be filled, if this
Correct.
were to pass, correct? Would it be accurate to say that some of the other position eliminations could be accomplished by when people retire and or quit, just not rehiring for that position?
So I would say, I mean, in theory, but not at the rate people leave to get to the critical mass that you need. It's, you know, you're slowly eliminating, you're keeping facilities open and they're slowly getting lesser and lesser staffed. I mean, it just, over potentially years before we ever get to the point that it's where we need to be is achieved. So, I mean, in theory, sure, but it's not practically, no.
So I probably didn't ask my question clearly enough. So I'm not suggesting that it's possible to like make all of those position eliminations, just not rehiring people who retire or quit. But would you say that some portion of those position eliminations, if we were to pass this, could be achieved by, you know, if there's anybody who's looking to leave employment or looking to retire this summer, that could factor into those eliminations?
I mean, yeah, I mean, that's certainly.
Is it possible that some of the people won't want to be rehired and work into the new system?
Absolutely.
Because, I mean, because you had talked about changing, in our meeting, you had talked about changing roles for some
So,
people.
okay, so
for
there's
librarians
two
and
different,
management and
yes,
stuff.
correct.
Okay, so there might be some people that don't want to
Right.
be a manager and all that.
Yeah, that's a different, changing a
Okay.
management structure, professional
Okay.
positions, that's a
Okay.
different.
Right, I understand, but it's okay. But it would be small, probably.
Hard to say.
Depends how the meeting goes.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions or comments from the board at this time?
Do you also have any information that you could share with those of us in this room about what kind of support that we would be able to offer employees who are being let go? I mean,
Yeah. I mean, absolutely, yeah, we would do what we could for, I mean, pay for a certain period of time. A majority are part-time, but for any who aren't, I mean, coverage of COBRA for a period of time, if they take benefits, that would absolutely be.
How long of a time?
I mean, we had talked about, what, through the end of July? Yeah.
Any other questions or comments at this time? All right, so at this point, we're going to take a break, and people who would like to give public comment this evening, you can fill out your comment card and turn it in at the circulation desk. We will reconvene the meeting once everyone's had an opportunity to fill out their card. I'm estimating about a 15-minute break, but we'll reassess then, just to make sure everyone has an opportunity to fill out their card.
asked if the committee
options for those.
I mean, I think the thing, and I can say it is up to this board to decide. Okay, are we gonna take the financial hit the next year so that we can do workshops and public? Okay, fine, we're gonna do that, and they will go forth and build a budget for next fiscal year and do the best they can.
It's going to have to be cut in other ways. Right? I mean, that's the
Well, I
services
do
are going to
think,
get
and
hammered.
I've said this to Jason before, this e-resource problem, at a certain point, it's gonna be untenable, and we're gonna have to just cut it off.
That's untenable. It doesn't work.
Yeah,
Really,
I-
what you should be doing is limiting it now. I know they do a pretty active process for
Yeah.
selection, but I mean, at the prices, we just can't afford to have that many people resources available under their current state. So I mean, it's really kind of like the balancing point. So
Yeah.
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 So,
Yeah.
well, we got a lot of folks here tonight, so
I know.
where we land.
It's, yeah. I fully expect that voting for the mayor is gonna have motion in request for.
And he's not here,
So where I'm at, I'm in Mayo. That's what it is.
Well, I honestly would not be surprised if that were to be a guy.
It's, yeah, it's.
You still look the same?
I mean, I don't agree with every point that's made. There's some points that are coming out regarding libraries and facilities.
Miller Fisher last week.
You know, Matt's point.
Oh, yeah, because there's more sun touching the sky.
Already done it or still more?
That's all she had right now.
Okay.
I'm sure the next 10 years I'll probably just.
Yeah, accessibility is kind of an
Interesting meeting tonight, though.
pounding on my head right now. I mean,
Quite.
we're between a rock and a hard place.
I know that, I mean, you sort of, talking about kicking the can down the road, I usually kick the can, and now we're at the end of the road, and we're like, now we're having to figure out what we're supposed to do right now, and so, and,
Yeah, I mean,
it's not easy.
Wondering if there are options regarding, adjusting the online spend.
Like, have a separate credit ratio for, we might already have a separate, like, one for physical and then one for e-resources, I don't think it, maybe it is the same.
I don't like the idea of not even like leadership classes and like that idea. It goes against the whole idea of free open access.
Do we really want to tell people pay their taxes and then pay a membership? Yes. Oh, do a 2-minute warning? I'm gonna go to the restroom, so.
Gina just gave me these two, I guess, as extra. She
Okay.
said to pass them to Robin, but
Okay.
you're kind of.
Yeah, what are you doing? I just want to give everybody a warning. It's almost time for the break to end. We're going to give everyone a few more minutes to get their comment cards in, and then we're going to resume the meeting. I know. I could hear me. Yeah, we got to move the podium too.
Well, we're just using just the mic stand.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'll be right back. Why is she taking pictures of us?
Who is?
Some reporter, and we always use like the worst picture.
Oh, I get like the worst picture.
Uh-huh.
Like
It's
my
like-
favorite one was during the whole hurricane. There was one where I was sick as a dog.
Uh-huh.
I'm like, it's this
I know.
this pose.
I
And I was
know.
like front page. I'm like,
I know. When I saw the article, I was like, texted Jason, like, TJ, what is that?
I've grown up in higher education. I started pretty much right after I graduated my undergrad, and every year, you know, these kids look younger.
Well, so I don't want like 5 people just standing.
No, not at all. I'm not.
So I think I'm just gonna do it the way you want. Like I call the person and the next person and the next person. Oh, we don't have the on deck chair. There is no on deck chair.
Oh no. No. Okay.
I thought someone told me we weren't doing it, but
Yeah, I started out in Kansas. I worked for Kansas University, worked for Emporia State. I moved to Milwaukee.
okay. Will you ask Jason about the on deck chair? Because I don't remember.
Franciscan Catholic Institution. I was there for a while and he was recruited out here and been here since 2015. So. I grew up in central Kansas. Farm kid. We worked, I worked driving
Okay.
grain trucks and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
At least I think it should be. I mean, not
It was cool. It was cool.
Did you like it?
I loved it. Yeah, driving tractors.
These two want to go together, and this girl's like 10, so I hope she's gonna make it. But
Central Kansas, like right in the middle of Kansas, small town called Bellevue.
Do we accept public comment from 10-year-olds?
It's like right in the middle, and
she's really cute.
yeah, it's,
I feel bad.
Is this
it's
her
still
mother?
home. My mom. I took an objective, higher perspective. There you go. Evaluated it. I'm like, yes, yes.
Plus the state tuition discount.
All right, we are going to do nothing because my mic isn't working. All right, thank you. We are going to call the meeting back into session. We are going to start the public comment portion of the meeting. I do want to run through some guidelines for the public comment before we get started with that. So I just want to remind everyone who is present that we do expect everyone to maintain order and civility and decorum during the public comment period and for the rest of the meeting. We ask that you not interrupt or disrupt the public comment period in any way. So please don't interrupt the speaker, make statements, comments, cheering, jeering, or anything like that while someone is at the microphone speaking. These rules do apply to everyone who is present, including employees, patrons, members of the public, and board members. People who don't follow these rules will be asked to leave the meeting. If someone is asked to leave the meeting and does not comply, they will be removed. I may suspend the meeting at any time in the event of disruption. And we are going to take public comment just during the public comment portion. So people will be allowed to speak when they're recognized. So I will call the name of the person who should come up to the microphone to speak. I will also call the name of the next person who is going to speak. And I do believe there is a chair available for the person to sit in while they wait their turn to speak. We do use a timer to track speaking time. So each commenter is generally given 3 minutes to speak. The timer will be started when the commenter gets to the microphone. When the timer sounds, the person speaking must stop speaking and return to their seat. Everyone will be given one opportunity to speak. Again, we would ask that while someone is at the microphone speaking, that everyone else is quiet and respectful and not interrupting or disrupting the commenter. We do ask that anyone providing public comment not use offensive, derogatory, or harassing language or engage in other actions like that during their public comment time. If speakers do not follow these rules, consequences include ending their comment period or being asked to leave the meeting. Failure to follow our rules about public comment could also result in losing the opportunity to attend future meetings and submitting comments in writing as opposed to in person. If the meeting becomes too disruptive or unruly during the public comment period, then I may decide to immediately end the public comment period and clear the room of the disruptive individuals. If you do not have the opportunity to speak today, you may submit your comments to the board in writing. At this point, we received comment cards from 38 individuals. This is a special meeting. So at a normal board meeting, we do limit our public comment period to 30 minutes. Because this is such a significant issue and we want to provide people the opportunity to speak. We did not set that limitation for this meeting. However, the board can decide that it would like to set some kind of parameter on the time limit for public comment. We would need a motion and a vote to do that if anyone feels that that is necessary. Are we good to go? All right, and I will apologize up front if I mispronounce your name. I will do my best. Our first speaker is David Rogers, and after David is Brian Rorda.
Okay, we are good to go. All right. I want to thank everyone for coming out tonight, and I will make this as succinct as I can possibly. One of my biggest concerns for our district is the possibility that the time frame set forth with this would put us in non-compliance with the Federal WARN Act, which sets a 60-day minimum for closing job sites. That would open the possibility for more cost on top of what we have projected. But also, it seems like what we may be proposing is a shift to more digital use. And in closing these libraries, that's going to cause a more digital spiral. If you put physical books further away from people, they're going to have to resort to digital more often. And as they start doing that more, they will move less and less physical just out of habit forming. And digital will never be the same. And for a really easy test, pick up a picture of a loved one and hold it, and then go and give that loved one a hug if you still have the ability to do so. And you'll feel the difference between a real book and a digital book. We have the opportunity for a couple of elections to try and get a tax levy passed, whether it be a sales tax to diversify the income stream, or whether it be an increase in the amount we net from residential tax income. But we have a lot of people here who can talk to a lot more of our community members who could not be here tonight. We can get this done if you just give us the opportunity, and then if we fail, we've at least had the chance to do so. That's what we're really all, I think, pushing for here, is the opportunity to try, because that is what makes our community better. Because libraries aren't just a repository for books, CDs, bakeware, movies. It's a place where teenagers can go over the summer to get a meal if they're food insecure, where our seniors can escape the most extreme weather, both hot and cold, and that will always save lives. And that makes the library a fundamental service that makes our community better. And as it's been said, our community is growing. And if we take away the essential services of libraries, we become less competitive, not more so. And we'll see less people moving in, our property values will eventually go down, and then we will all have lost money in the future rather than protecting the resource that we have here, because this does keep us, as a community, advantageous to move to. And the books here are all stories, and stories are more important than bread itself. They teach us how to live and why. And we would be, in my opinion, morally foolish to sacrifice our financial future as a community while also crippling our ability to learn about our past, how we got here, and how we can make things better. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Rorda is next. After Brian is Lisa Kramer. I would ask that you not stand behind the speaker, but please sit in the on-desk chair. You can also stay in your own seat if you like, if you're in the room. Go ahead, Brian.
This presentation was like a fire alarm, and I've heard a lot of people saying they didn't smell any smoke before. Back in December, at one of the library board meetings, I remember Mr. Cool pointing out some of the budgeting issues that we've had and how that's due to our low revenue in this county. The following month, I stood up before this board, spoke to you, asked you to initiate a vote to raise our tax levy back to the last voted value of 0.26. At the time, I made a grandstanding donation to try to prove that there was a political will here, and the room was silent. No one joined me in that call. No one on the board called for a motion to discuss it or anything. Everyone was silent. I appreciate the fire alarm because of that. This is a time to worry. This is a time to panic. This is a time to be concerned because things are changing. This library is between a rock and a hard place, and I say we move the hard place. I say we raise our taxes. I say we raise our tax levy. I say the starting point of that discussion should be the St. Louis County property tax rate that's currently at 0.55 or 0.56. Work your way down from there. Find a good middle point. Find something that will buy us time, if nothing else. Give us a way to transition to a more digital future in a sustainable way. Right now, the path, even if we close libraries, to me, doesn't look sustainable. We need to start working with publishers, make them sane before we do more digital transitions, but that takes time. To get to that, I think it's worth investing in the quote-unquote status quo a little bit more. I think we can preserve our libraries as they are and transition to digital along the same lines. I'm willing to pay for the old school. When I did this in January, I stood up here, I made a donation. I didn't say the amount at the time, but it was over $1,000. Minutes ago, my wife dropped off another $1,000 check to try to prove to this board that there is the will to pay for this library. And I ask everyone else in the room to join me in that call. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Kramer. After Lisa is Amy Robertson.
Hi, thanks for allowing me to speak. I appreciate you, Mr. Cool, and I don't know your name, but I know this is not easy on you, and you guys are gonna get beat up tonight. I agree with everything that has been said before. Mr. Horton really resonated with me. I have spent my whole life, 30 years, in C-suite of corporate America, Global 500 companies. We have had many expansions, many contractions, many hard days where people got laid off. And the worst layoffs were the ones that were done wrong. This one, not they were needed, but they were done very wrong. Simple, quick, and dirty. And that's what this is coming off as, okay? There's a lot of information that's not being shared. I don't know which is being withheld for reasons other than what might not be honorable. So I don't know what the answer is. I just don't think we need to decide on an answer tonight. You need to listen to the community. You need to, first of all, I would vote for a tax levy, but I think if it was ever presented to the public the way you presented this tonight, where you lied to us saying it wasn't an emergency, it is financial, it isn't financial, the thing that you assumed that we want to keep the status quo and not help you be successful with your strategic plan. Okay, we're gonna vote you out before we vote, are the people that assigned you. So that's just my warning to you. I don't have the answers. I hope you do. But don't listen so much to the consultants. Listen to the people, okay? And then show us the other options. One thing I hear people are gonna give you $1,000. Instead of hiring a strategic director after you lay off 30, 60 people, why don't you hire a director of development and start a St. Charles County Library Foundation, okay? We could come up with the short deficit spending money in 2 years out of that foundation. Just, there's a lot of things that need to be explored before we lay off people, you know, and close libraries. So I wish you luck. I have faith that you'll find the right answer and that this brings us together. So.
Which point?
We do have a director of development and we do have a foundation.
Give them more money.
That's right.
Give them more money and campaign, get out there and tell people.
Amy Robertson. After Amy is Sonia Walker.
Good evening. I'm told that tonight's room was booked on April 11th. So I'm sure that it was a mere oversight and not an effort to kind of hide the fact that there was a meeting and ensure that the people would not be able to be present to oppose any suggested votes. Luckily, at least 200 of us still managed to make it because we are still here. I've also had enough time to learn what salary compression means. It's a new term probably created by one of our costly but not mentioned in the presentation library consultants. It means layoffs. It means looking at our frontline staff who has stood by this institution despite a constant onslaught of abuse from a vocal minority, calling them groomers and pedophiles and threatening them with physical harm, among other things, and then telling them they're no longer needed here. It means treating them like cogs in a machine rather than the loyal and valuable humans that they are. I've also had enough time in this little bit of time to learn that the link to review the library's Destination 2027 plan is very difficult to find, but for those wondering, it can be found in the 919 meeting notes. Not being able to easily see and study the strategic plan certainly does make it more difficult for the public to give feedback. Given the oversight that caused the public to only learn about this meeting at the very last minute and the difficulty involved in trying to find information about tonight's topic, I would respectfully request that the board motion to table any votes until the regularly scheduled meeting, which is in just a few days. Or, better yet, 5 voting members could walk out, causing a loss of quorum. It does appear that we have some financial problems in our library district as described in tonight's presentation. I just have to question why we have could it be that we have a spending problem? Could it be that our library has too many consultants? Could it be that we have a pie-in-the-sky strategic plan to try and keep up with the Urban Library Council competing with cities like Austin, Palo Alto, Toronto, and New York, to name a few? The citizens of St. Charles County need and want a functional and fiscally responsible library that is well-stacked and well-staffed. Instead of trying to rely on costly consultants, could our library district save money, jobs, and library branches by healing its nearly severed relationship with groups like the county council and local citizens to give feedback and guidance on where our libraries need to focus our financial attention? Let's just say that there are layoffs and closures. That's only 6 weeks away. You're looking at minimizing staff and closing branches right in the middle of summer and the summer reading challenges, which has got to be one of your biggest times of year. The salary study has recently been done by yet another consulting service, and there is a discussion of needing to give raises. I just have to question, will everyone receive raises, including our executive team? A 10% raise is given to someone, for example, who is maybe making around $150,000. That's a pretty big raise. Comparatively, a raise given to a frontline worker making only around $15 an hour or so would be significantly lower. Has consideration been given to opting out of raises for the executive team? Thank you.
Next is Sonia Walker. After Sonia is Heather Mudd. Walker.
Hi. I'm new to the area. I've moved back from Jefferson City back home, and I'm in disarray that at 5 o'clock when I'm getting ready to go to work, I'm hearing about this meeting. And the young lady before me has said that it's been booked since April. I don't think people are against what is being said about the financial situation. It's all about presentation. The presentation here has been horrible. It would be like going to a fine dining restaurant and somebody serving you that meal on a trash can. Would you eat that meal? No, you wouldn't. You're asking this community to have a fine dining meal and get served on a trash can and eat it. That's not fair. That's not right. With all that we have going on with this generation and these children, they need a place to go. The library is that place. Have we considered that? What about those that have to work and they know, hey, if they go to the library, I know that they're safe while I'm at work? It's like all the board has thought about is themselves. You didn't ask the community. You didn't even give us the option. And from what I'm hearing as a new person to this community is that you have people that are willing to do a tax increase. I'm new and I would do a tax increase if it's going to make a safe place for our children to be in the library.
Heather Mudd. After Heather is Jose Cardizabal. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Heather.
Hi, my name is Heather Mudd. I've lived in this county for 24 years. I worked in public finance for 20 years. What public finance is it's helping non-for-profit organizations like schools and library districts pay for things like facilities and supplies. And what I want to know is, as a former consultant in public finance, what I told every school district, library district, and fire district I ever worked with is, if you do things behind the back of the public, when it comes time for them to support you with a vote, you will not have those votes. What you need to do is you need to stop everything that is about to happen or not happen. Put a pin in it. Wait. Go to the public with two propositions. Proposition one is, we're going to put this on the ballot. If the ballot measure passes, this is what it will get you. If the ballot measure fails, these are the actions that we will need to take in order to be fiscally responsible. This is Missouri. It's the show me state. We don't buy a pig in a poke, and if you just put a tax increase on the ballot with no information, no education, and no communication with the public, you will lose every time. I find it appalling that some of the people making recommendations, and undoubtedly some of the consultants that you've dealt with, do not live here, do not know the people who live here, do not know what happens in these communities. I fear what would happen if elderly residents who count on libraries to get internet access benefit information, communicate with the Social Security Administration and their insurance companies, have a cool place to go in the summer, and children who sometimes get a meal in the summer at the libraries lose access because you all decided to close libraries on 3 days' notice to the public without one instant of trying to go to the public and ask for input. It's irresponsible. It's beyond belief. And if you proceed with this kind of action, you will lose faith with the county, not just for this year, not just for this month, but for years and years to come.
Jose, and I think it was Lardizabal. I'm sorry, I pronounced it with the C. After Jose is Karen, oh gosh. Galeb? I'm sorry. These are handwritten. My apologies. Go ahead, Jose.
So, hello everyone. My legal name is Jose Sarmiento Lardizabal, and you're fine. No one ever pronounces it correctly. Most of the people here know me as Dale Ketter instead. I have a fedora and a neckbeard, so you know I'm honest and reliable. Anyway, once upon a midnight darkly in the distant past of 2018, I was homeless. And, well, I was able to claw my way out of that situation thanks to the local library. And now, as you can see, in 2024, I am the well-dressed gamer you see before you, my lord, my ladies. So anyway, if not for the library, I would have either died or resorted to crime to survive. This is the timeline where I didn't become a supervillain because of the library. Because of the library, instead I play video games, wear fedoras, and don't shave. And thanks to this emergency meeting, I'm here instead of being at the Maclay Library where they host their once a month, third Friday board game nights. Sorry, Kimberly, I wasn't able to make it. So get good, suckers. So, yeah, in closing, if you like crime, then please shut down the library. If you don't like crime, please keep them open. And to get more serious here, what I'm getting at is that there is an opportunity benefit, an opportunity cost to closing or keeping the library open. People like me needed the library to get out from their situations. Without the resources I was able to access, like I said, I probably would have become a supervillain. Realistically, I probably would have died on the streets out there. And I am very fat and hairy, and that would have been a very messy cleanup. Anyway, I haven't eaten lunch yet, and I'm fat and hungry. So that's all. Good day, everyone.
Thank you. Up next is Karen. After Karen is Rachel Brandel, or Rochelle. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name.
Hello, my name is Karen Golab. I am a former employee of the library. I worked for the library for 19 years. I have been retired for 8. I was the building project manager. This branch, I was responsible for building. This carpet, I brought this carpet in, among other things. So I have volunteered to come here to help actually represent Carl Sandstedt. I know a number of you know who Carl is, but in case you don't, he is a former director of the library. He worked for the library, I believe, for over 40 years. Anyway, he's listening right now, and he's been texting me all kinds of things to ask. We had notes that we were going to hand out, and I was going to go over his summary, but all that went out the window when this meeting started. So now I have my notes, which are mostly questions. First of all, I was in charge of all of the buildings that you have here, with the exception of Cliffview. But I have a question about the cost of it, because the Spencer Road branch, 58,000 square feet, cost us $60 million to build. Now, I realize less than 60 million? Oh, I'm getting a prompt from my husband over here.
Check your notes.
No, that's what I said. I don't know the answer. 60 million. Oh, 6 million. Sorry. That's why I don't do checkbooks. Yeah. Anyway, so my point is, I realize the costs have gone up, but I cannot understand how you could possibly rebuild Corporate Parkway for over $20 million. We're not talking about a 58,000 square foot library. So I would really suggest we maybe relook at some of those construction costs. Yes, Carl was always cheap, but we did put some higher end items into Spencer, which increased the cost. So I think this is something that maybe we could look at. Carl also asked me to ask you, did the 6023 corporation expire? Now, I'm going to try to say this. I'm not really familiar with it, but apparently they formed a corporation that actually was responsible for building the library. This was, I believe, Corporate Parkway. They leased the library back to the district, and then after a number of years, the corporation sold it to back to the district. You need somebody who's smarter than I am to explain all the details of it, but that was brought up as a possible way of doing some of these constructions. Let's see. Also, okay, I have a question about the CERC numbers. How much, the CERC numbers are what's driving a lot of these changes. How much of those numbers are impacted by the automatic renewal?
Thank you, Karen. Your time is up.
Wow.
Up next is Rachel Brandel. Or Rochelle, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. And after Rachel is Devin Walters. Hopefully I pronounced your name right. Sorry.
You were right the first time. It's Rachel. Yeah, you're fine. Hi. Yes, I just want to say, first of all, thank you so much. I know that this is one of those things where you are in a rock and a hard place, and there's going to be one person that's ready to tear you down and the next that's going to love you. So just thank you for taking this on. Another thing I want to say to some of the people on the board and to members of the audience, I am a librarian, not with St. Charles Library. I want to make that clear. But fighting is not the right word, but we have been in discussions, very heated discussions, nationally with Congress, with the publishers. This has been an issue for decades. So the best thing that the audience and members of the board can do is go get educated on that, because it is a huge issue that we have been giving our blood, sweat, and tears for the community and they don't even realize it. So that's just something I want to say, because we've been fighting like crazy for it. I understand that the world thinks that we are moving digitally, and yes, in some aspects we are. The one thing I do want to note is there are some things that studies have been showing with digital resources. There have been studies recently that kids are becoming more nearsighted because they're constantly in front of their phones. And also, comprehension is shown to be lower with digital resources if they're longer than 500 words. That is not to say that we should cut the digital resources, because those digital resources give us access or accessibility to people that are homebound and many other issues who maybe can't read, have sight disabilities. So I don't think anything should be cut. And I'm a little wondering, we're exploding with people in this county. So how are we cutting these things? I don't think that's the right answer, because if we cut people and we cut libraries, the other libraries are going to, and the other staff are going to have to pick that up. So you're asking people to do more, and I know you're trying to pay them more, but if you ask them to do more again, you're going to have to pay them more again. So I don't think that's the right move. And those libraries, somebody just mentioned this, that the checkout isn't the only thing that we need to look at, because they're using those meeting rooms for tutoring, they're using the meeting rooms to hold business discussions. It's a safe place, as they said. So as other people have before, guys, let's put our wallets where our mouth are. A lot of people in this room, I know some people don't, we don't have disposable income, but if I can give up some of my extras to make sure that the people who don't have extras have the bare minimum, we all can. Kisker has 5 or 6 homes within a mile that are over $1 million. Those people have disposable incomes. They need to give some money to our community, and I know this can seem socialist or whatever. Take care of each other. Thank you.
Devin Walters. After Devin is Sandra Ben.
You had it right, it was Devin. Would like to say, what up, council? I know this is a very hard topic to discuss, and I appreciate the numbers being laid out before us, even if we couldn't see them super well from here. I think this board has severely underestimated the community and the way that this community is willing to fight for this library. Going in and looking at things we can cut for the long term, not a terrible idea objectively, but when it comes to taking away people and resources from the community, I don't think that long term would be viable. I think a better alternative maybe would be to take a look at cutting the digital resources that are costing us so much instead. Another, just a quick little aside, I used to work for the Francis Howell District as a custodian. They did something similar where we had so many vacancies. They cut them. They said everybody gets a little raise. People still left. People are going to leave if they don't feel supported. And by cutting those positions, I'm afraid that's just going to happen all over again. And I'd really hate to see it with this library. It's fantastic, and we all clearly love it very dearly. But that's it. Thank you, council.
Thank you. Up next is Sandra Ben. After Sandra is Sheil Shah. Sandra may be in the other room. Oh, okay. B-E-N-N? Huh? Oh.
I'm Sandra Ben.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Had to come way from the corner of the other room.
That's okay.
Okay. 2 days ago, I found out about this meeting by reading it in the Post-Dispatch. So I was like, oh my gosh, because I go to Winghaven. I love Winghaven. Everybody's great. The service is good. I love it. And hi, Trevor. He's in the other room. Anyway, if they close Winghaven, I would be devastated. So I can really feel with the people that want the libraries closed. But there are other options that we can maybe look at. And, you know, it takes time. Encourage the physical book. Make it more of a delay. They said we could save money by making a delay. But, you know, you started the meeting by saying it's not financial. it's all about the money. I mean, money for the libraries, money for the employees. It's all about the money. So, you know, libraries can't charge for regular services. I get that. And I think maybe everybody realizes that. But we can charge for extra things that you do, maybe. That's one way of getting a little bit of money. The delay, get money. Encourage the books. You'll get more money if more kids grow up using the physical books. I mean, grandparents, read to your kids. You read to the grandkids. Oh, you know, and because I'm just so glad Winghaven's not going to be closed, but, you know, but I really feel for it. But do it, check out the options, and, you know, encourage the physical books. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you to all the other speakers. I just loved everything that everybody had to say.
Thank you. Up next is Sheil Shaw, and then Lily Shaw.
You did a great job with my name. That doesn't usually happen, so thanks. I just wanted to start, I guess, with some common ground. I definitely agree that the librarian should be properly compensated. The library employees, rather. They deserve it, and God love them. Also agree with being fiscally responsible. Also agree that and recognize that at times hard decisions have to be made, and that you all have a very hard job. So I just wanted to make sure I thank you for the work you're doing, and just with the recognition. Now, that said, most of the points I was going to make have already been stated. But one of the things I do want to kind of underscore, especially is, I mean, my family loves Deer Run Library. It has been, since we moved here 8 years ago, it's been such a blessing, so much so that you'll see my daughter, who follows next, will also give her perspective on this. But one of the things I think that hasn't really been mentioned as much, I don't think, has been, if you take away Deer Run, for example, you're removing a safe space. Making kids go well far away for a safe space, I think we cannot, that should not be discounted or underestimated. One of the other things I kind of wanted to mention was you talked a lot earlier about how so many patrons have been asking for all these different services. But one thing that I guess, as I think was kind of alluded to earlier, that hasn't really been considered is when you stack that up against, hey, lose your library or have the services, I think your response is going to be dramatically different. And I think I would really ask that you have that you give us, the public, an opportunity to weigh those things rather than making assumptions about what we would or would not do, whether it be taxes or with services, et cetera. But please give us that opportunity. And lastly, I kind of want to say is, I think Jason, you wrote this a few months ago, and you said that this is kind of an excerpt from one of the things you wrote. You talked about how the library is one of the very few places in society today that is unequivocally for everyone, regardless of age, race, religion, gender, or social standing. Anyone is welcome to come through our doors and be treated with respect and dignity. We help the marginalized, isolated, or lonely make connections that they desperately need. We help the unemployed find jobs and senior citizens file their taxes. We help people start businesses and help existing business owners become more successful. We boost local economies and help train workforces. We ensure everyone has free and equal access to information, and everyone can choose for themselves what they want to read, view, or hear. And then you talked about the quote, as former Kentucky Governor Wendell Ford once said, if information is the currency of democracy, then libraries are its banks. I would submit to you that this is not the way. This proposal does not meet the intent of what was described there. And I would just ask that you please, with all the stuff you've already heard, please have the courage to delay any decision or action today.
Thank you.
And consider everything. Thank you.
Lily Shaw. After Lily is Daniel Craig. Lily. James Bond is here.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Lily Shaw, and I'm 17 years old, and I'm mainly here to speak on why closing the library would affect the teens in the area. Before I get into that, I did have some questions regarding the hoppers that we have at the library, which, as I'm sure, cost a significant amount of money. And my question is, was it worth the money to have the hoppers in there so people could pick up their holds overnight if it's going to sacrifice things that would cause us to have to shut down libraries? In regards to the teenagers, as I'm sure you have noticed through the news and just the people in your life, the mental crisis for teens is a very real thing. There are many broken homes and situations that teens my age are struggling with, and the library is a place that they can be safe, where they can go and they can study away from the toxicity of their home environment or whatever issues are occurring in their family at the moment. And to take that away would be devastating for the community and specifically those individuals. Suicide is the second leading cause of death for people my age, and not having a place where they can go and be safe and get a nice smile from a librarian that knows their name is horrible. We need to make sure that people my age still have a place that they can go, and a lot of them ride their bikes or walk there. So for me, whenever Deer Run is only like 5 minutes from my house, to have to relocate my library to Middendorf-Cradell would be 20 minutes longer driving, and if I'm riding my bike, I simply cannot get there. To take that resource away from teenagers would be devastating, and I think would contribute to the mental health crisis that we're currently struggling with. Having a family-oriented environment is important, and Deer Run is small, but the librarians know all of my family's names, and they are happy to see us, and to sacrifice some of the benefits of having, meeting rooms and programs and things like that is 100% worth it to maintain that family environment where people care about you and want you there. I have a family of 8 people, and as such, we cannot do all the things that a small family can financially. We cannot go on vacation every year. We cannot eat out all the time. We cannot have all of my siblings participating in sports because having that family requires more money to do all of that. But my family is no less of a family than a family with 2 children because of that. And we are still a loving community that will take care of each other, and it is okay to sacrifice some of the benefits of having more money if it's going to continue to facilitate the kind of community and care that a family has, like it would if we keep these small libraries. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel Craig is next, and after Daniel is John Moran.
Good evening, everybody. So I just wanted to say that, this meeting, when I found out about it, it was billed as a discussion. But from a lot of the questions and the discussions, it's pretty clear that you have all made a decision that you want to move forward with this, really regardless of what we say. But you know what? You're going to hear from us. Because you give us a chance to be heard, we will tell you what we want. We're here tonight because you're obligated to have us, but you're merely hoping to ask us for forgiveness for taking away libraries instead of asking us for permission to do more. You did this plan in this way because you didn't want to try. A delay in this vote to try and ask for permission will not mean the death of the library or the bankruptcy of the district. But voting to move forward on this prospect, on this timetable, in this way that you have planned, will undermine the public's trust in you as decision makers. You also deliberately skipped the heat map post-closure, excluding the bookmobile and such services. You showed it, but it didn't have just the brick and mortar branches. You skirted the true impact of those closures on services for the affected public. As others have said, they'd have to double or triple their travel time to new branches. One of my best learned lessons from the military was to be caught trying to do the right thing, that failing was better than not trying at all. And all I can say is from what I've heard tonight, you haven't tried, which means that you have already failed in your responsibilities. And as somebody else mentioned too, when you do this kind of thing behind the backs of the public, behind the backs of your staff, you are undermining your trust or the trust of the people that you rely on for your positions, for the services that you want to provide, for everything that the library has stood for since I've been coming to these branches, Deer Run specifically, since 2001. So, as the great Wayne Gretzky says, you miss 100% of the shots that you don't take. And you are not taking any shots here. Delay the vote, give the public a chance, and let us tell you what we want and listen to us. Thank you.
Thank you. John Moran. After John is Angie Rhodes.
Good evening, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. I live on the eastern edge of the district, and looking at the map and the closures, thinking about closing Maclay and Kisker creates a gigantic hole that is very hard to fill. 90% of the people are going to go to Spencer. Not many are going to go across Highway 70 to KL. I take my grandsons quite often up to Kisker or Maclay, let them play in the children's area, and they're 4 and 2, so they don't have a whole lot of patience. So luckily, most of the time we go, there's something they can do or wait a short time. I can't imagine going to Spencer now with those 2 libraries closed. After a time or two, they'll be so bored and tired of waiting and never getting to do anything, they're not going to want to go back to the library anymore. I also like to comment, and one of the board members talked about looking at other options. I'm sure when you did your survey and asked people they like the library, what other services you want, would you support a tax increase? No, I don't think I would. But if you ask that same survey, well, you like the library, we might be able to get some more services, but we probably would need to do a tax increase or we're going to close 3 libraries. I bet you got a whole different response to that. So I think it's responsible for the board to at least table this evening, have an opportunity to hear from the people tonight. Whole lot of people are taking the slips. They're going to email you responses. But I can't imagine how many calls are going to be made tomorrow after people in the district here, they're closing Maclay, Kisker, KL. The phones are going to be going crazy. So I'd ask you at least to table it and do a little more study. The tax increases aren't very easy, but the ambulance district just passed one because they said, we're going to fix up some of the old facilities, we're going to put new ones in areas that are needed, and people said, that's right, we'd like to have that. Same way with fire districts. Oh, we're going to have to close that fire district, that fire station down there, unless we get more money. Well, guess what? They normally get more money. And the last item I would like to say, if and when you look at all the other options and nothing works out, and it comes to a point where you're going to have to take care of laying off employees, that seniority counts, because a lot of these employees been here many years, made a lot of sacrifices, worked through the pandemic. They didn't get to stay at home and work at home. They had to go in and serve the people. So at least they should be respected for that seniority. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Angie Rhodes. After Angie is Thomas Trals, I think. Trals.
Hi, I'll keep it really brief because I think everybody who has spoken has already really made the point, which is you don't understand your public. This is shady. You're breaking the public's trust. No one is buying your presentation. Table this, please. I think you've heard your public.
After Thomas is Erica Dean.
It's Thomas Tavares. I was angry when I wrote it, so I apologize.
I'm sorry.
First of all, what's grossly underrepresented tonight is transparency and public input. I think everybody's said that a number of times. I agree with most of what's been said previously. I'm not a board member, but I've been sitting here for an hour and a half, and there's 4 ideas that I have in my head that I could present to you, and they would be viable. It's insane to me that we didn't have public input into this process. It's ridiculous. So I'll give you some of them, right? Right now, we require all of our librarians to have a master's, right? So has anyone given any consideration to reducing requirements if we're having issues filling those or boosting certifications for existing staff?
Jason, you're saying no, so I'm assuming that's been considered.
Positions that we're talking about are not librarians.
Okay, fair enough.
Those aren't the ones that we have trouble filling.
Okay, fair enough. So, regardless, I think if you met with the staff and you were transparent with the staff about this, and you said, here's the alternative, layoffs or say, you keep the salaries the same, you keep the status quo, I guarantee you'd obviously be surprised by the response. I won't go into any more because, again, I'm not on the board. That's your job. But the reality is there's alternatives out there. The public wants to talk to you about them. The reality is this does fall squarely on you, Jason. It falls squarely on the CEO. You kind of blew it tonight, buddy. Doomsday is not doomsday. No matter what your graph says, I think we can all read. That's hyperbole. If I give you the benefit of the doubt tonight and I say, I assume that your intent was to draw attention to something very important, it was a ham-handed attempt to say the least. If I assume the worst and you intend to simply hand-wave the public and shove this through, then shame on you and shame on the board. This is really a simple problem. The board's asked you to increase salaries by 20% without, revenues are flat, right? The recommendation by you tonight is a sledgehammer to the library staff and facilities while overseeing a pay increase to the select few. That's a terrible idea. The board shouldn't be voting on this proposal tonight. We should be holding a vote of no confidence for the CEO. And this board shouldn't decide to take this action. If they don't take this action, then we will hold you accountable as well. Delay the vote, get public input, do this the right way.
Erica Dean. After Erica is Javier Vasquez.
Hello, and thank you to the board for having us here. I don't know that you wanted us here based on the fact that I got an email today. I'm on all of your guys' social medias, and this wasn't posted anywhere on any social media that this meeting was happening. I received an email saying that this location was going to be closed at 5 p.m., but it didn't say why. So that's not really great, and I wish it would have, and that's something you can think about for the future. If you're going to be closing for a good reason, like this meeting, include in that email why you're closing. A somewhat new thing in socioeconomics, in sociology, is the idea of a third place. The idea that a place that is not one's home, the first place, or not one's school or workplace, a second place. They're a neutral ground where anyone can go without being invited. So these places are disappearing, and it is a very important thing for young people to have these places. I know they were extremely important to me as a child. I have fond memories of going to malls and roller rinks. They're closing. And the idea of a third place that exists that doesn't cost money is even harder to find. I didn't have a great childhood. My parents were in a very rough divorce. My mom remarrying quickly made my house a not very fun place. I was able to bike to the Spencer Road branch because it was less than 2 miles from my home. The way you're closing down libraries, kids like me won't be able to bike to that branch. If I had my child, who is not old enough to bike yet, and she told me she wanted to bike down Highway K from Deer Run instead of Deer Run to this location, I would not allow that. Highway K is not a safe road for a bike. Sorry, I'm a little emotional. I love the library. I love this library. This is my library. So it's not closing, and that makes me very happy. I want to talk about an experience that a good friend of mine had. She lives in Port Dieu. The library there was closed for disuse and disrepair. It was told that it would be too expensive to renovate. I understand that. It flooded. That was terrible. Now her only way of her kids getting books is the fact that the bookmobile makes one stop every other week. The nearest library is almost 40 minutes from her house. That is what you're asking to do to other people, and that's really unfortunate because her kids love books and they just don't get a chance to go to a library. Their only option is every other week, the bookmobile. Just a fun statement that I would like to make known. Government salaries are listed online and it's public record. The CEO, Jason, his salary is 199% more than the average salary for this district, or 217% more than the median salary for this district. So in talking about raises, I hope he's not one of the ones getting one. Thank you.
Thank you. Javier Vasquez. After Javier is Lindsay Vasquez.
How you doing? Javi Vasquez. I've been a resident here for about 9 years. I moved up from New Orleans, and good job on making me feel like I'm back at home with all this transparency, right? First of all, if you feel like I'm picking on somebody, on one person, that sucks for you, man. Just to give you a little bit of context, my unique view is that I specifically am the product manager of a digital library and a geospatial analyst. So that's my background. My first point is please do better on your geospatial analysis. The 3-mile radius analysis is not good enough. That doesn't properly give you context on accessibility to resources. There's a thing called a network analysis. If you need a book, it's probably one back there somewhere. Second of all, I have stakeholders for my product, for my digital library. If I went to my stakeholders with one option and told them, trust me, the other options are no good, they laugh me out and replace me. So please do better on that. And then finally, I don't know if this is all the same person or not, but whoever said they weren't sharing the slides, and hey, take notes, that's Bush League stuff. That's not the appropriate thing to do for a meeting like this. Again, if I don't put out slides beforehand for my meetings or afterwards, I'm not meeting the responsibility as a product manager for my library. People need to know, they need to reference, not only to your colleagues there at the table, but also to the public, so that we can look at the numbers, so that we can see the different options, so that we can actually talk with our neighbors, our representatives, whoever it is. So that goes back to the lack of transparency. You didn't show us any options other than the one and said, trust me, it's all good. And then you didn't share the information. We've had a total of a couple hours to look at these slides. We haven't discussed it from a population standpoint as a stakeholder. We haven't gotten to talk to anybody. We haven't talked to our representatives. So y'all need to do better on that. Thank you. Y'all have a good one.
Thank you. Lindsay Vasquez. After Lindsay is Amanda Craig.
Hi, I'm Lindsay Vasquez. My husband's the math and numbers guy, but I myself am a doctoral candidate at Mizzou in communication. I've been living in O'Fallon specifically for, as y'all heard, about 9 years. This library, this branch in particular, was crucial in our first weeks establishing ourselves here in its most basic offerings of a basic library. I know it has tons of extra programming, but it is a building where my son and I could be as my husband worked, as I looked for work myself before he was of school age. Books, a computer that accessed the internet, and some comfy chairs are what most people recognize as the basic offerings of a public library. And the idea that cutting access to basic library offerings so that some people have this programming that's wonderful, and to afford all of these ebook subscriptions, because they're not purchases if you have to repurchase them, they're subscriptions, I think is a very interesting moral question. To say that library isn't a place enraged me, because it is a place, as some of the previous speakers have noted. It is supposed to be a safe place, particularly for children, to browse books, to find books, and not everyone has the privilege to just meet the library online and access ebooks. And at the same time, I know digital resources are vital for accessibility for many reasons. And so I don't want to pitch digital and physical against each other. But what good is saying, well, we're taking public comment after forming a single plan? As Javier said, we moved here from Louisiana, and I didn't think public boards could get or feel any shadier than they did from where we came from, but here we are. Extras are great, features are great, but at the cost of actual library services or any library service to some of our residents who pay taxes at all, I just don't think is a conscionable decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Amanda Craig. After Amanda Craig is Carrie Piper, sorry.
Hi, my name is Amanda, obviously. I work at Kisker Road, or at least I do for a while. I'd like to say that what's happening here tonight surprises me, but it doesn't. Everything, many things that are decided and passed down from management are shady. They do things first and then say, well, you'll get used to them. They'll get better. If you, the last 4 or 5 years, we've done a tour for our summer challenge. If you look at the tour for this year, the branches that are not on there are Kisker, Maclay, Spencer, and Middendorf-Credell. So I don't think that was unintentional either. I didn't write anything down. I am very upset. I think the library isn't important. Someone else said it is a very important third space, and I believe that is the case. And I think shutting libraries down is a terrible decision.
Thank you. Carrie Piper. After Carrie is Georgia. I cannot read your last name. Sorry.
Good evening. Thank you for having us here. I do want to take just a moment to remind some of you who maybe don't have experience in the political realm that Jason started with the survey, with everything that he presented. The problem with surveys and polling is that the language shapes the answer. So those of you who do not have experience with that, I want to put that in front of you. And along with that thought, I want to ask you to give the public the opportunity to actually make a choice. Give us the chance to put our money where our mouth is, because as many people have already said tonight, we want to. We didn't know that it was a need. No information was given to us ahead of time. Most of us didn't know about this meeting until the very last second. I only know about it because a friend posted it on Facebook. A friend who happens to be friends with Amy Robertson. So thank you, Amy, for helping to get that out. And I turned around and helped to get it out as best as I could as well. So again, give the people of the county the opportunity to do what we do and come together to help the library district now that we know what your need is. Give us options so that we can help you to succeed well into the future. Don't let your pride of the successes of the last 50 years get in the way of your future success. Thank you.
Thank you. Georgia. After Georgia is Diane Omar. I'm sorry, I can't read your handwriting.
Thank you. My name is Georgia Glidden. Let me give you a little background. I was a library employee for 20 years. I managed Deer Run branch. I managed a bookmobile as we decreased its use. I managed outreach services all at the same time. People did a lot of extra work during Carl's tenure, and I'm sure you've heard of him mentioned, Jason. Our motto then was to provide excellent and economical library services to the public of St. Charles County. We did try to look at 3-mile radiuses. That's one reason that Middendorf-Credell and Deer Run are placed where they are, a little farther apart than 3 miles, but they replaced the O'Fallon Plaza branch, which was in a rented space. There are things that have been mentioned, and I'm glad to hear support for the idea of a third place A library is needed for people to just have an availability to come to. There are other ways to replace buildings like Corporate Parkway. The 6320 Corporation was used in the past. It's an IRS code, and that's a possible thing to do. The other things that I don't think I've heard so much mentioned, I've heard a few times, the use of consultants seems to have been overused. I know that during my tenure, my 20 years, we did a lot of work in-house. We did focus groups ourselves. Carl did salary surveys himself. We did a lot of things that could be sent out to consultants at a much higher price, but people can do in-house. There are areas of this budget that could be minimized and still maintain the services and the people that you have available. Again, the public service staff are the ones that will bear the brunt of any of these closures. The people at the administrative offices that have been, additional people have been hired in great numbers since I was in the library district, and I retired in 2010, I know, but the people that have been replacing people who retire have been in the administrative building at full service, full 40-hour positions, full-time positions. Those are the people that would get a big increase in pay. They're not the people
Thank you, Georgia. Your time is
seeing
up.
the public in
Up next is
person.
Diane. After Diane is Carolyn Seaman. Next is Carolyn Seaman after
My name
Diane.
is Diane O'Mara. We've been in St. Charles County for 40 years. We've used the public libraries, raising our kids, and all of my grandkids use it, especially this one. And I just hate to see any of the libraries close. They're very important. All of our grandkids use actual physical books. They just love them. Their rooms are full of them. And I know we have to make cuts somewhere, but it sounds like the digital and the streaming is so expensive. If you can't afford the Cadillac, then you go to the Chevy. I mean, we don't need to keep, I know maybe some of that is necessary, but maybe we could cut that cost down and put it to a vote. A number of us have showed up tonight, and we're all saying that we are more than willing to pay more money to keep the libraries open and not shut them. Thank you.
Thank you. Carolyn Seaman. After Carolyn is Arnie Dienoff.
Sorry, I didn't know it was next. Hi, I'm Carolyn. I'm going to look down a lot because I'm not a public speaker. I've lived in the county for about 11 years, and when I first moved here, this was the library where I looked for a job. I had 2 part-time jobs, and I came here in between my part-time jobs to look for a full-time job on the computer. So this particular library has a little bit of meaning for me for that reason. It happened to be halfway in between my part-time jobs, and there was little sense in going between Wentzville all the way back to St. Charles where I was living to go home for lunch for 3 hours. So this library has some meaning for me. I also want to talk a little bit about what other people have talked about before, which is the idea of a safe space for kids. If anybody pays attention at the library when they go in, they'll see kids anywhere between the age of about 11, right up to what Lily was talking about, 17, hanging out at the library. I worked with teens for 20 years. Teens need a safe space. Tweens need a safe space. They need a space where they can use computers, where they can hang out. That's just that third place, like somebody else said. Got like 2 more things I'm going to say, and then I know y'all are tired of hearing people we got a room full of people. We got hopefully some smart board members, a whole bunch of smart people here who use the library, who have a bazillion ideas about what we can do to raise money or to help the library funding-wise. My brilliant idea or not so brilliant idea is I have a never-ending TBR list. I'm sure y'all have TBR lists to be read. My list of holds at the library is never-ending, and I'm one of those people who has three books on my phone on an ongoing basis, and my hold list is 11 books long. If you charged me for the holds after 5 books, that would not be a problem for me. I mean, I wouldn't want to pay a ton of money, but I mean, I would pay for the premium membership. That would be a thing. I would imagine you could probably get away with doing that. That wouldn't be charging for the actual thing. And then I had one other thing, I think. Okay, maybe I don't. Maybe everybody's already said what I was thinking, but yeah, I think my last point is just that I know increasing pay for staff is an important thing. I completely agree with that. But I also just want to point out that pay is not the only thing that leads to staff retention. Staff stay at places for a wide variety of reasons. Treat your people well. Do this the right way. If you're laying people off, lay them off kindly. Lay them off morally, the best possible way you can.
Arnie Dienoff. After Arnie Dienoff is Liz Callahan.
Thank you very much, members of the library board. I'm very ashamed of you as appointed officials. You have just made employee morale in the basement instead of building up our employer morale and making our employees feel important. Now, Jason wants to cater to the cabinet members and the members of the central administration. He, as a matter of fact, has increased those jobs and created positions, and they're all over $100,000 positions. Jason never forgot about himself when it came to pay raises. Now, I've called for legislation in the General Assembly for an elected library board of trustees, and you guys just wrote the legislation of why we need elected officials to run our organization. The legislature unfortunately stopped at 6 p.m. today with the bill running out of time, but I'm going to work harder next year to make sure that we get it for a debate. The use of consultants is an understatement. Every time you sneeze, Jason wants you to spend money on consultants. We spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in consultants, and the reports and the information has dust on the booklets. Finances, I begged you 5 years ago to create a special fund for the building fund with new construction of new residential and new commercial. We have 100 new residents each and every week in St. Charles County, and we have commercial that comes online that starts to pay taxes on a prorated basis. And that's new revenues that you refuse to put into a special fund. Mr. Cool, put your contract online so everybody can see exactly what you make and what your terms of the contract are. You sure have taken care of yourself because you gave yourself 3 pay raises in 2022 and 2023. Last March, a year ago March, you gave him a $10,000 pay raise. Then this past September, you gave him another $15,000 pay raise. Now Jason makes $175,000 to $182,000 of our taxpayer money. Plus, you give him a monthly car allowance, and it's reported that you give him a $10,000 annual annuity. You gave a huge increase to central staff positions while you forgot about the people out in the trenches in our library branches. You've made fancy, powerful job titles at the central office, gave huge increases, and you have taken care of your own salary and your own pocket. You created a chief executive officer position, a chief financial officer position, a chief communication and engagement officer that I don't even think we even need, a chief administrative officer, many directors, managers, supervisors, yet you forgot about the people in the trenches and the branches. And, you know, you had a custom-made...
Thank you, Arnie. Your time is up.
Bookmobile.
Your
$2
time is up,
million.
Arnie. Thank you, Arnie. Liz Callahan. After Liz is Daryl Billman, I think.
Hi, my name's Liz Callahan. I'm here as a member of the community, not as a candidate, so ignore that. I have a deep love of libraries. I grew up going to the library. I love this library. I love Deer Run Library. I think a lot of the things that needed to be said have been said. Libraries are important third spaces. Bookmobiles do not fill that same space. So if you show it on a map and say, oh, look, we've filled the space, that does not fill the same space. You cannot take your 4-year-old to a bookmobile for 2 hours to get some steam out because you've been stuck with them all day long. You cannot go to a bookmobile for a story hour where your 2-year-old, who's hardly been around anyone because she was a COVID baby, can actually interact with other people. You cannot, as a teenager, go to a bookmobile to take a break from a home life that isn't good. This is not the same thing. And I also want to talk about consultants. So consultants love numbers, and I think part of the reason that the circulation numbers were such a big part of what they were recommending to you is because those are nice, hard numbers, and they look so pretty, but they don't add up to the value, the non-numbered value that people get out of their libraries. I think most of the rest has been said. Let's raise a tax. Let's give people the option to fund their libraries. Thanks.
Thank you. Daryl Bellman. After Daryl is Tommy Maines, I do believe.
My name is Daryl Bellman, and I worked for the district for over 21 years as a children's parapro and reference. And I was so unstunned and reeling when Jason talked about the closures and the layoffs of the frontline staff, that somehow I failed to hear how many admin staff were going to be laid off. I missed it. But anyway, I am just sick, and I wanted to talk about, well, Deer Run in particular, but actually the other libraries too, because someone mentioned how far apart Maclay and Kisker Road were. But not everybody can drive all over the place to get to a library. For seniors who use Deer Run, in North O'Fallon people, especially seniors, don't tend to cross. The only time they cross is if they have to get groceries. Then they go back. They go to the library. They walk to the library. Students walk to the library. They take bicycles to the library, like someone said. It is a safe space. That is where people can hang out. The seniors also don't drive at night. And it's not safe driving down Highway K. Try turning left. If you're going down Highway K, try turning left into Middendorf-Credell. It is a nightmare. So at 24-hour libraries, where half the time they don't have any staff, is not going to help anybody who's got a question or may need help. I would be hesitant to go to something that's empty like that. It'd be a little scary. But the other thing is programming. I really feel like the people that work with the children at the libraries are the ones who know the children that come to those libraries, and they know what kind of programs that will appeal to them. And there's no way you can send out a program from somewhere else and say, oh, you can do this program today, and that's going to work. It's not going to be the same. There will not be the same quality. I think they used to do that in St. Louis County. I used to be a page in St. Louis County, and it was not the same. And the idea of blending the positions to where nobody has a specific job and they are not being trained to do anything anymore. When I became a parapro, I had all this training, so I would know how to find answers for people, which was a big part of the job. And I don't think people get trained like they used to. So it's going to be like going to Walmart and you say, Could you help me? And they're on their phone trying to find an answer because they have got no clue. Well, it'll be like that at the library. Yeah, good, I'm done.
Thank you. Tommy Main is next. After Tommy Main is Emily Wolfram.
Hi, yeah, thank you for extending time for comments today. I'm sure everybody here appreciates it. To recap, I think a lot of what people have said is, first and foremost, libraries are a physical building that a lot of people utilize. In my mind, as a father of young kids, it is about young children who have a place to go, to use the resources, to get lunch over the summer. I would love to know if there's data on the in-person traffic on the branches that you're considering closing or potentially voting on closing tonight, just to see how that immediately impacts the 6 months, the remainder of 2024, to see how many kids are going to be without a place to go get their lunch, do some reading programs, or have a place that's cool that they can go and not be expected to buy anything. Libraries and parks are the only real places now where you can go and not be expected to spend $1 and that be okay with everybody else. I, for the first time, learned about the Missouri Constitution, the Hancock Amendment. I appreciate a little bit of learning about that. I would love to know more. It ultimately feels like there's just a lack of creativity in solving this problem. I know there's a little bit of pushback about this is like a 3-person plan. Maybe it is more than that. But you certainly have, I think, 38 people out of as many people as could fit in this library signed up to say comments. You have our phone numbers and emails. I'm sure we'd all be happy to sit down free of charge and brainstorm more ideas to avoid closing down 3 branches. Clearly, people love their libraries. And like everybody else has said, if the rising costs of digital services is really a significant problem, as long as that's communicated, that, hey, we are reducing ebooks and streaming services to save money and to pay our employees more, I can only imagine that you would get the support of the community. So thank you.
Thank you. Emily Wolfram. After Emily is Kevin Smith.
Hello, everyone. Oh, this is short. Okay. My name is Emily. I've been a resident of St. Charles County my entire life. I found out about this meeting today through an Instagram post from STL Today. So if there was a leak and this meeting was supposed to be closed, I'd like to thank whoever leaked that. In the mentions of whether or not taxes are increased, the people in this room have all either agreed that with the knowledge of what taxes we're going to be going to, they'd probably have voted differently. The language is important when it comes to voting, and I think given the political climate and financial struggle of probably everyone in this room over the last few years, when we vote to not increase taxes is because we have nothing left to give. But it's clear that there's people here who want to give. I think it's apparent from what's already been said that the public feels misled by how this meeting came to be. From preliminary information on the presentation, it looked like we were doing great, business was up, and then it was because of the increase in digital usage that we're having a problem. It also seems like there was some budget cut, went from, I heard a 24% to 3%, that seemed pretty significant. I'd like to know more about that number. And if it came from other representatives who were elected, then everyone in this room needs to pay more attention to that and what's being done with our taxpayer money. I'd like to know the breakdown of how the cost of online management of services has increased to $50K a month, if that's for each branch per month. How long has it been that expensive? Is that only because of the software management or is that just because of the subscriptions? What are the higher up salaries looking like? Is there any other ways where we can decrease spending? And we're talking about pay raises. It's great you want to do that. You could hire someone like me, a social media manager. You could pay me $50K a year. That would change my life. $50K a year would change my life. I get paid $33,000 a year right now in a doctor's office. $50K would change my life. And you're over here talking about $10,000 raises? I'm sorry. I could sit there and I could inform the public about the programs that are offered by the library. We could network and partner with other nonprofit organizations locally, run campaigns that encourage community building, increase the use of real-life books, run book donations. Everything in your presentation is about money, and it sounds like despite the fact that we all found out about this a couple days ago or today and are like me missing other obligations to be there and speak, that someone on the board needs to muster up the courage to vote to postpone this vote. Put a motion forward, postpone this. Clearly, we all need to talk about it more. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Smith. After Kevin is Grant Killen. Sorry if I mispronounced your name.
Good evening, and thank you for your time. A lot of great things have been said tonight. I just wanted to lead off with, back in the 2010s, I had a pie in the sky idea to bring gaming to some of the kids in the community. And I thought, and the first place I thought of to look was the library system. And I used the assistance of specific youth coordinators within the libraries. You talk about consolidating these positions into like a brain hub that then disseminates information out to branches. These specific individuals teamed with me, and I saw the first night two kids showing up to, by the time I was done with my tenure that got kind of destroyed by COVID, there were over 20 to 30 kids showing up to these game nights. And you talk about the Maclay branch. I remember the seeds of those gaming groups that one of the individuals talked about growing in that group, like helping start that program. And these specific youth individuals helped grow those programs. And I could go on. There's a lot of things that have been said that I would just be redundant saying, but I just want to point out that as a taxpayer in the St. Charles County, I live in one of the wealthiest counties in Missouri, top 3, I believe. And I pay a premium in taxes. I think we all do. I watched my escrow go up $200 this year, every mortgage payment. I expect a premium product. And what you're trying to sell us tonight does not feel like a premium product to me. And if we're looking for a vote tonight, I serve on a commission here in O'Fallon. If I were to have this kind of level of public feedback as the chairman of that commission, I would table the vote. And I would seek further input from the community and from the public, because obviously we want to talk about it. We want to see other options. I just don't believe that one option is the way to go. And that's really all I have to say. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Grant Killen. After Grant is Ashley Conley.
Hi, I'm Grant Killian. I'm the senior class president at Francis L. North. There's been a lot of good points to make. A lot of the ones I was going to make have already been made. Just a few things, but before I say that, I would like to say I respect everybody on the board a lot. I respect everybody who works for the library a lot. I know nobody goes into public service unless they care about the community. So I'm not speaking to like lambast anybody. I'm just trying to help you understand my perspective. So first point is, if you close Maclay, you're basically saying, like, if you close Maclay for these reasons, you're basically saying you don't care about young people in southeastern St. Peters, because preteens and teenagers, those are the ones that their jobs typically don't give them a car allowance, so they're going to have to either walk or bike. They're the ones who they're starting out to be able to branch out. The library is going to be a place where they can bike or walk, and they don't have to ask their parents. That's always where I was able to go when I talked to my parents. You close it, and you're saying you're going to close it because people are reading ebooks. So the kids aren't the ones reading the ebooks. So second point is, this meeting, everybody knows that the decision to close Kisker and Maclay wasn't made tonight. It was made ages ago. But then the public finds out tonight, and there's 15 minutes between when they find out in the public comment period for talking about their local library being closed. It's a punch in the back. It's a sucker punch. Like, nobody knew this was coming. Nobody was able to give public comment. If you'd put up signs at Maclay and Kisker, how many people would have been here then? It would have been 1,000. So I appreciate everybody's service on this board, and I really hope that you take that into consideration. That, I mean, I grew up going to Maclay, and there's going to be a lot of kids who can't do that if this happens. So thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate extending the public comment period too. Thank you.
Thank you. Ashley Conley. After Ashley is Michelle Graham.
Hi, I'm Ashley. I have 2 kids. I was a stay-at-home mom during the pandemic. It was rough.
The library literally saved me from postpartum depression. It was a huge for my kids and myself. I think it's really a shame that you're taking books, physical books, out of low-income kids' hands to put money in your own pockets. That's shameful, and it's sad. I implore you to look within yourselves and question if that's something that you'd like to do to your community, and think about the consequences that are going to come from that for your own future jobs, for how the public sees you, how you're treated by the public and by your community. I second everything else that's been said about having a safe space and how important books are for kids. What's most important is education. You're taking that away from your community. You're making your own community dumber so that you can have bigger houses and bigger pools and more things and bigger salaries. So let's see those numbers online. Let's see how much money you guys are making. Let's see some cuts be made in administration. This world is not about making more managers. It's about making your community a safe place, a comfortable place, and an educated place to be. Thanks.
Thank you. Michelle Graham. After Michelle is Sherry Crockett, I think. Michelle Graham, I'm sorry if you didn't hear me call your name. All right, Sherry Crockett.
All right, like the others have said, a lot of my comments have already been made, but I did have a couple of comments that nobody's made. And one is, I think I heard the chairman say that it really wasn't the public's decision, that it was the board's decision. And that may be true, and it may be true that you're not elected officials, but you're appointed by elected officials. And the public has a say in that. So I think it's important to remember that you may not directly answer to us, but you do answer to us. I'd also like to say that there was kind of a misconception, I felt like. I felt like when the CEO was talking about the numbers, he said, this is not an emergency. This is something that, you know, we're down to 4% profit this year. And next year, maybe 3.5%. And next year, maybe 2%. And I know it's not profit per se, because you're not profit. But anyway, that was said. Yet, when we're talking about not doing this next year, all of a sudden, we would be working in the red next year. So I think there's a disconnect there. I think that actually you could take time, you could table this, you could take time, you could take a year, and you could think about this, and you could get public comment, and you could rethink this plan, and then you could say, oh, well, now next year we have a good plan that the community has bought into. So I would recommend that you do that. And a third thing, I was in finance and real estate. And Kisker Road Library is not a saleable property from my position. It sits in front of 2 subdivisions. It is not commercially zoned. It's across from a park. I don't know who you think you're going to sell it to, honestly. So I think that should be something you factor in to your decision. So those are my comments. And I have a League of Women Voters t-shirt on. I'm not speaking for the League tonight. I can only speak for myself. But I can ask you to vote, and I can ask you to call, if you're in the city, your mayor, and the county executive, and make your voice heard about what you feel about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mary Lynn Shea, and after Mary Lynn is Diane Adams.
Hi, my name is Mary Lynn. I work at Maclay, so sort of just found out tonight about all this. But I pretty much feel like everything has been said already, and I just want you guys to put the pause on it and try to think of some other options. I just appreciate everybody's time and the people that have come to the meeting that have really thought about how important these services are to them. And it just makes me feel good to be a part of the library district. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Diane Adams. After Diane is Tori.
Hi, I'm Diana Adams. This is my daughter, Tori. Thank you for having us, even if it was very last minute and kind of under the radar. I'm asking you to please put a pin in this and think about, before you start closing branches, is how it's going to affect a lot of our children. My kid was in the middle of COVID. She gets a lot of social interaction from going to Deer Run Library. The north side of O'Fallon is becoming a desert for places that our children can go and do things and have a safe space. There are no safe spaces anymore in the northern side of O'Fallon.
Except for the Quick Trip.
And that's on the south side, honey. Yeah. I love our librarians. I do think that they do need pay raises and we do need to support them, but I don't think closing libraries, the larger libraries cannibalizing the smaller libraries to give them more services is not the answer. You're going to hurt a lot of people by doing this. So please, please take into consideration what the taxpayers are saying. We did not know about this. Everything was made out to sound like everything was great. We're doing renovations at Spencer. We're going to do renovations here. And now suddenly we're hearing, oh no, we got to close 3 library branches. That's not right.
Hi, my name is Victoria Adams, and I think we should save the libraries because it's where kids can meet other kids and make friends with them and have a place to go if their parents can't like hire a babysitter or can't go to daycare, or they can go to a library where they know their kid is going to be safe and where they can make new friends. And to check out books because sometimes kids have very stressful lives and need to go someplace to relax and get all that stress off them, and a library is one of the greatest places to go and get that stress off. And it's also a great place just to research if you have like a specific topic on an essay that you need to do, and like in school, like middle school or high school or elementary school or whatever school. You can just go to a library and find books of that topic and read them so you can have more for your writing. Thank you.
Thank you. So that was the last public comment that we had. I would like us to take about a 5-minute break and come back after that. Thank you. We'll be back in 5 minutes or so. Okay, we're going to resume our meeting. I think they'll turn them on as, I think so. I don't know. All right, so I know our general practice at our meetings is not to respond to public comment, but I think that because of the proposal this evening, I think it is important to address some of the things that were raised during the public comment and give the board another opportunity to ask questions or to raise any other discussion points. I know we heard from a lot of people tonight. We also received a lot of correspondence over the past few days in written comment from the members of the public. We also have to decide as a board what action we're going to take. Based on the concerns we heard tonight, it is certainly always an option to postpone the decision to a future date. We do have a meeting on Tuesday. So that is something the board can decide to do. If we do decide to do that, we would do that through a motion and a vote. So I guess at this point, I would just like to ask any of the board members if you have any other questions for Jason or any topics or concerns that you would like to raise at this point.
I'd just like to make a general comment here.
Sure.
Okay? We're all volunteers. As trustees, we don't get paid. We're here because we love the library. We think the library is an important thing for this community. And this has been a gut-wrenching decision for us to consider this entire time. Do you think we didn't think that this would be difficult on some people, on the people that live in the library? Yes, we know that it is. But sometimes you have to make difficult decisions. And it's not going to line our pockets, that's for sure. So I want you to keep that all in mind when you think about this. We're trying to save the library district for the future children that need the library in the future. Okay? So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Go ahead, Matthew.
I'd like to be recognized for a motion.
Sure.
I would move to table this item for 30 days.
A second.
So, sorry, just to clarify, 30 to our next meeting after 30 calendar days has passed?
Well, if we need to have a special meeting for 30 days, I'm comfortable doing that.
All right, so there has been a motion to table this item for 30 days. It has been seconded. Are there any discussions or questions about the motion?
Jason, could you talk about, would there be any repercussions to tabling this motion now and going into the new fiscal year without having made any action? What are we looking at as far as our two different trajectories here?
Well, I mean, I think the most significant impact would be the staffing budget, because we were presenting in June a fiscal year 25 budget that I had hoped would have the new salary structure incorporated into it, and in fact, acceptance of that salary structure is on your board agenda for Tuesday. So, it would take much greater discussion on the board's part about the ramifications of approving that without knowing what the fiscal future is. So that's the most significant thing. It's, I think, very important that we get the salaries where they should be.
So Matthew, can you speak a little bit to the 30 days? What is your expectation of what is going to happen over the next 30 days?
Well, I would table it definitely if I had the, my druthers, but I just am trying to find a spot where I think, I guess, common ground to have the board maybe have more discussion and it still be before the fiscal year start. So, I mean, I'm not in favor of this plan, but
I'd like to at least have more discussion, and I guess if the majority of the board wants to approve it, then they would have an opportunity to do so at the next meeting.
So when does our budget need to be approved for fiscal year '25?
Well, by the end of June.
By the end of June. So not like within so if we postpone this for 30 days, we will have to go into fiscal year '25 status quo. More or less.
Unless 30 days would be June 17th, so
Sorry, I'm thinking it's later
Yeah,
in
so
May than it is.
there would
Sorry
need
about
to
that.
be another, either at that meeting, the budget approval there, or a special meeting call at some point between the 17th and the 30th. But this is all correct, right? The budget has to be approved by the end of June? Okay, yeah. So there is also, though, a budget work session at the beginning of June. So it's, really hard to know what budget to present at that.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just an open workshop to discuss the ideas and see if there are any other options that we can consider.
We do have a regular meeting on the 18th of June, so if we needed to do the budget approval, we would have the next day then to do that.
So I guess, what is your expectation from leadership on what they are to be doing in the next 30 days to inform the decision that is going to come forward 30 days from now, let's say? I know you're not expecting it to be radio silence and then 30 days we're going to have a meeting and we're going to be doing this exact same thing 30 days from now. So just talk a little bit about.
I don't know that I have an expectation of what information to provide. I think that's for the other board members to maybe address, because I think it's important. I want to give time for the board members to think creatively and talk to members of the community and talk to your neighbors and maybe come up with solutions as well. So I think the onus has been on the CEO to provide us a proposal, but that doesn't stop us from doing our own homework and coming up with something and presenting as well. So I would expect individuals on this board to have input on things that we could do. I don't know that I've heard any ideas from the board except for a couple of us, and I would like to hear other people have. I don't know everything, and so I'm looking for others to assist with how we handle this.
So Jason, I know there were several things raised during public comment about potential ways to raise revenue, potential ways to cut expenses. There was quite a bit of misinformation about your own rate of pay and benefits, which I will just say categorically was false. So, so I'm wondering if in the next 30 days, assuming this motion is approved by the board, if you all can go back and just address some of the ideas that were presented. So spending less on e-resources, what that would look like, and just the various other things that were raised, and whether those are feasible options to provide fiscal sustainability, or if they're not, why those things would not work to achieve the goals. Again, just keeping in mind that a major part of this proposal was related to the strategic planning, the facilities master planning that has been undertaken over the past 5 years. And so I do think that we need to make a decision as a board whether we're going to continue down the path laid out in those planning documents, if we're going to take a step back from that and take a different approach. Those plans were not done in a vacuum. We had workshops, surveys, public workshops. I participated in a workshop as part of the strategic planning process. I do think the onus is on the board to make a decision about that. I think it's only fair for the staff to hear it from this board, what direction we want the district to go in. I do think it's important for people to understand there are consequences for not implementing the salary study. I mean, we did it, we know what the outcome was, and we know it will be detrimental to staff. We do understand that pay is not everything, but we do have a retention and a recruitment problem, and we've had it for quite some time. So I think, in my mind, it's not enough for the board just to go out and try to dream up some ideas. I think it's, we need to make some informed decisions about what is possible and have it be based on something that is actually feasible and can actually be implemented.
Yeah, can I?
Sure.
Okay.
Go ahead, sorry.
Well, a couple things. I mean, you did touch on it. I do want to make a point that every one of the firms we've worked with for strategic planning were selected based on the ones that had the most input from the public. So there were many surveys, many focus groups. I mean, the consultants were facilitators. They didn't write for themselves. They wrote what the public told them. And one of the reasons, like one of the speakers said, something that was 100% true, that surveys, you can, I don't know, manipulate's the right word, but you can get the results you're looking for by how you phrase the questions. And that, or, you know, it takes a skill. That is, there's people that do that for a living, and that's exactly why you hire knowledgeable people to do it, because no one up here that works here does it for a living and has a skill. So, I mean, it's kind of a catch-22. We don't want to pay the people, but then we want to have valid results. But I think more to the point of, you know, you mentioned, you know, we need to go back and look at some of these things and see if they're fiscally feasible. And I'll use the cutting back any resources as the example. Well, yeah, it's fiscally feasible. We could absolutely save a lot of money doing that. But so it's fiscally feasible, but what I need from the board is that the direction, like, because that is one of the things we heard the most. We're not driving anyone to these. It's not like we're making it harder to check out physical books so people have to use it. They're making the choice themselves. They are voting for what format they want. So do we want to say, no, it's just too expensive? And again, that is a valid thing to say. I'm not trying to, but the decision point, is it fiscally feasible? The decision point is that what we want to say, that, okay, we know these are the things that many of you want, but we're doing this instead. And again, I'm trying to phrase that as neutrally as possible, because I'm not saying one way or the other is the right way to go. I just, you know, coming back and saying, yes, we can cut them all out and then we would have more money. You know, we'd also have a lot of really angry people. And do we want to deal with those angry people? So, you know, that,
yeah,
I
mean, I understand what you're saying, but I also think it's understanding the scope and the scale.
Mm-hmm.
So,
okay.
You know, we pay X amount of dollars for digital resources, even if as a board we decided, okay, no more digital resources in St. Charles County from our library. Is that even sufficient to meet our fiscal needs? I mean, so that type of information, because I think it's really important if we're going to take some more time to consider other options and another proposal, that at the end of our consideration, we have a clear path forward that staff can take action on, so they know what the expectations are and they know what is going to happen with library services and staffing and everything that affects the day-to-day operations. You know, we are not in the libraries every single day. We don't work here. And so the impacts of all this will be felt by the people who work in these branches and for the district. I also wanted to ask about, and I just lost my train of thought. Once we have a path and a direction we want to go, can you speak just a little bit about the option for how to handle the budget for next fiscal year if it's already been approved by us in June? So do we just, so if we, come up with a proposal and we say, take this direction, and we know what the fiscal impact is going to be, and we've already approved the budget for next fiscal year, do staff just completely rework the budget and then we just amend the budget and adopt basically a new budget? Or do we have to wait till?
No, you always have the option to amend
Okay.
a budget.
Okay. Are there any other questions or points?
Yeah, yeah, I do. Jason, could you address the cost of an election? A tax increase,
Yeah.
what that cost us?
Yeah, the election itself, and honestly, I only know this because of the the bill that came forward to have elected trustees. But the cost for elections is borne by the entities that are putting the things on the ballot. So in a countywide election, which ours would be, it always depends on how many other things are on the ballot at that time. But when I spoke with Kurt Barr about this, I mean, he says roughly $500,000 or so to run an election. And he used the example of the last thing that the county had on there that was a countywide election. It was six figure. It was over $100,000 simply to have a ballot initiative put on the ballot. So.
With no guarantee.
With no guarantee. So if it doesn't pass, you've spent $100,000.
Plus marketing it. And
well, right. Well, and a lot of that would be borne by a nonprofit because tax dollars can't be spent on that. But yeah.
So Matthew, sorry to keep asking you about this. So in the next 30 days, other than the board working to come up with some other proposals or ideas, is your expectation that there will also be public forums or things like that that are occurring, or how are you expecting?
I'd like that, but I'm not expecting it. So.
Okay.
I mean, do you really think you're gonna find anybody that's happy about this? We're not happy about it.
We can make it better.
I'm not happy about it.
I think the important thing is just to have an alternative, right? I mean, at this point, we're looking at one option. And that's, and I think it's just, it's on our shoulders to put together what that option is together. And there should be some communication back. I don't know if it's in the form of having open public forums or just providing a forum, some forum for communication. That's my 2 cents.
So maybe this isn't the right time or place to ask this, but piggybacking on the earlier election question, do we have any sense of like what we would have to ask voters for, like what percentage, what dollar amount we would need in taxes in order to go that route?
Well, that depends on literally the scope of what we're asking for.
Right.
What has gotten lost in kind of all of this or diverted is, talking about closing libraries in one area where there's actually a lot of libraries. We have highly populated areas of this county that are woefully underserved in the western part of the county. So I guess that's a little bit like, I mean, I promise to everyone I'm not in favor of any area losing a library, but this is really kind of addressing that inequity on distribution. And it's like, well, if you can't build more, you can essentially even out the distribution. So if the ballot initiative is to go forward a la St. Louis County Library style, we're going to renovate every single location, we're going to build new locations, that is a lot. That's the biggest question here. Or if it's purely an operating increase, asking people to pay more to maintain the status quo and get nothing additionally for it, and I do understand if it could be counteracting closures, that's a totally different story. So really that is a lengthy discussion among the board on what they want to undertake. The scope, are we committing to building program for the next 5-8 years to renovate all of those facilities? Are we building a new location in Wentzville? So that all affects the answer to that question. So I would certainly hope if we're going through and we're going through the effort and we're paying the $100,000, it's not a Band-Aid. Like, we're not doing that to get a Band-Aid. It has to be for substantial changes.
Yeah, I don't envision that as being one of the real options. We've talked about it, but, I mean, we'll talk about it, but to expect, you know, he made a motion to table this so we can talk about it, to expect us or him to have those other proposals while we're sitting here in 5 minutes when they've had 6 months to have their proposal worked on, or however many months. It may be wrong, I fully admit that. You know, we're just talking a timeout. We need to have a timeout where we can begin to have a discussion that I proposed earlier that we should have had before tonight. I don't think we're here for any other reason asking to table it is because we didn't feel involved. And
Well, I
think-
mean, that's why I was asking what the
Yeah,
expectations
well,
are
the
for this
expectation-
postponement,
I
because.
don't know. You know what? It could be we get to the study and look at it more, and their proposal is the one we have to go with. I'm not saying that that's 100% wrong right now. I lean towards it not being right, but I truthfully don't feel prepared to make these life-shattering votes on people without more information and a few more options. There could be a hybrid between.
I mean, that does make
between
sense.
closing no libraries and closing 3. I don't think it can happen until we all sit down and like really talk about it.
I mean, and that's why I was asking about
Yeah.
the expectation. I mean, I asked Matthew because,
Oh, I
I mean, he made the motion for
Oh, I
the,
understand.
for the delay, so, and I asked Matthew, but I was really asking everyone what our expectations are that we can give to staff about what more information we need. Are we seeking public input in the next 30 days, or are we simply gathering information so we can talk about it and then lay out a strategy for what we're going to do next? I mean, I really think staff needs a direction to go so that the next 30 days aren't just in limbo and we come back together and we don't have any other options to consider or answers to the questions or addressing the concerns that have been raised.
I mean, it feels like we're allergic to communication with the public, but I think we're gonna get emails to our board email. We did today, a ton yesterday and today. So, I mean, there is a platform for us to receive communications from the public as well. So I would say to the public to utilize that channel and to submit your comments to the board email. And I mean, I read through as many as I could in the time frame we had, and I appreciate the comments that were submitted.
And people were watching tonight. I got texts during the meeting
That's good.
from people I know that were watching
Yeah.
it on streaming. So I mean, I think more of that's good. And it's gonna be on YouTube, I asked. It's gonna be on YouTube, so
Yeah.
we can actually also recommend people that we know are interested to watch parts of the meeting to learn more and to talk about it.
I mean, I do think one thing that is clear to me after receiving all the public comments, listening to public comment, is there is a definite disconnect between the reality of what's happening in the library district and people's perception of what's happening in the library fiscally and programmatically and strategic planning wise. And so I don't know if we can do something to address that in the next 30 days and moving forward, but I do think it is a good idea that we develop some type of communication so that people are just more aware of what is happening and where the library stands. I mean, I know we do the state of the library every year. I know we do the budget update every year. But as we all know, those meetings are not that well attended. So I think it would, at this juncture, be a good idea for us to at least get that information out to explain, where we are, and do it in a way that and I don't want this to sound as negative as it's going to sound, but do it in a way that it's explaining the state of where we are, not in a way that seems to be justifying a particular proposal.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Any further comments or questions from anybody?
Well, we have an action item on Tuesday that I think is based upon a vote tonight. So then we have to table that as well.
Yeah, because I would expect that if we're not taking action on the proposal and we table it for 30 days, it will not be possible to implement the new salary structure come July 1. So that will have to be postponed as well.
I mean, we haven't plugged it into the budget, so I mean, I can't say I've seen what happens but I mean, my gut is no. Like I said, it's even sort of status quo with a modest increase, whittled down that to 3.2. I mean, what's your thought? I mean,
I agree.
I
think we have to go with the status quo until it's decided. what needs to be
Could
done.
you show us both versions with the people, with the spots that are actually open, and do it excluding those positions?
so remove all
Well,
vacant positions.
The vacant positions, and show us that if we went with the salary proposal with the actual current number of people employed, not and exclude, have two numbers and see if one of those numbers meets our budget. Because if one of those meets our budget, then we can go ahead and still do it. Like you said, you don't know yet, so I mean, that'd be something you could bring to the meeting Tuesday, show us both alternatives, a real one and then the one, because the open positions that aren't filled, you're already, I mean, your proposal is to get rid of them anyway. So if you showed us, let's see, can we get rid of those positions and get close to what we need to without closing the libraries? We don't have that answer.
Yeah, what other levers are there that we could pull?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and I agree. But it wasn't just get rid of those positions. It was get rid of those positions and locations and redistribute staff to fill in where those positions are. So if we just said we get rid of the positions, there are branches right now that are woefully understaffed.
I understand.
So there would be
Like,
additional.
Put a caveat there in that.
Yeah. So, I mean, we're not in a position to just say we're never filling these positions and everyone stays where they are.
I
And
understand. I
okay.
understand.
Okay. So any other questions or comments? If not, we do have a motion on the table to table this proposal for 30 days, and that motion has been seconded. If there is no further comment or discussion, we will take a vote. So all those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. It's been tabled for 30 days. That was the last item, so I will accept a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? I'm assuming no, so passes. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Stacy.